to the day 5, and today we are going to learn the package in Java, class, constructor, object, method, and variable. Okay, so these are all the concepts that we are targeting today to complete. And as well as if you have any question, how you are asking on chat, we will continue with the same. Okay, yeah. So I'm just closing the chat now. Okay. Meanwhile, please, last time, please confirm my audio and screen. Is everything correct or not? Okay. Yeah, thank you. So now I'm closing the chat. Okay. We'll open the chat when we required any explanation. Okay. Yeah, thanks. So now moving to the packages. See, till now whatever we have coded, right? The all code we have kept into the packages only. If you see our Eclipse, right? So in the Eclipse, right, from day one, right, whatever we have coded, you see, right, this is the package com.simplylearn.day1. Here you see com.simplylearn.datatype, com.simplylearn.literals. Okay, here same. These are all the packages. So now, what exactly the meaning of packages? So whatever we have created, these are all is nothing but packages only, right? So in very layman term, the packages means the folder structure. Like in the normal life, apart from the programming, right? When you are creating or when you are placing some file into your system, right? So what you do, you just create the folder. Inside the folder, you create the day 1, day 2, day 3, like how I have created, right? And in that, like you need to place your important file, right? Like semester 1, semester 2, semester 3, like depends upon your category, you will be placing the file. Same way we have for Java also. In Java, the folder structure is called packages. Packages is also the folder structure only where we are keeping our code. So we have created this folder structure and where we have created this multiple classes, right? If you do right click on the any of the classes and right click and click on the properties, okay, and this is Mac, so it is looks like that, but for Windows it will show differently. But anyway, here you will see one location file, right? So in location, if you click here, so technically what will happen, you will be placed into your system PC and where your all the files are available. And if you try to see your folder structure, you see, right, first I have the src. Inside the src I have the com. Inside the com I have simply learn, and then I have the flow control, and inside the flow control I have these many Java classes. So com, simply learn, these are all is nothing but the packages, folder structure only. You see, right, how this folder structure, my C drive, and inside the user my name, and then simply learn, like that. These are all is the folder structure where we are keeping our files. So in Java also, the folder packages is nothing but the folder structure only. But when we when we place the file into the folder structure, it means something. It just not that we are placing into we wanted to put our Java classes into the folder, so we have created the packages. It's not like that. The packages having also some rule, and there is some sense to create the packages. So same way, so here the definition goes. So packages is nothing but it's the encapsulation mechanism. Encapsulation means keeping everything into the centralized place from where you can access easily. So there are multiple advantage of the packages, and the same way when you are placing your file into the folder, right? There are multiple advantage for that. Like you can access your file immediately if your file are placed into the structured way or a structured folder structure. Same way in the packages also, if you are putting your classes, right, the classes should be easily accessible. So that is the only meaning of the packages in Java. Apart from that, we have multiple things, so that we are going to learn. But the main thing is that it improve the modularity of the application means we know where our code is. Assume that, let me, okay, so let me create one project, right click, new Java project, and today is day 5, right? So suppose that I wanted to create one student management application, right? So what I will do, I will right click and I will create the package. I will say com dot, someone is pinging. Let me open the chat. If you are not audible, try to rejoin again, or your try to correct your headphone. Then only you can able to join. Okay. So com dot student dot name. Okay. I have created one packages, the com dot student dot name. Okay. Or instead of that, I want to create one more packages saying that com dot student dot roll number. So again, I want to create some more packages saying that com dot student dot, okay. So what I have did, so I want to create, I have created 3 packages kinds of com dot student dot branch, com dot student dot name, com dot student dot roll number. So in that way, I will understand that, okay, what are the branch related information we have in class that should be available in this package. If anything about the student name, that classes available into this name. Whereas if any classes that we want to create to process the roll number, the classes is available here. Suppose that now I will create the class saying that a student branch. Okay. So student branch dot Java. So this class went here. Now I have created now class student name. The classes goes here. Same way I want to create some class for roll number process. Student roll number. Okay, so that classes came here. So it is, so if I want to search any of the classes regarding the roll number, instead of going one by one classes, one by one package, I will directly come here and I will click here student, and I will see here, okay, my all the roll number related classes are available here. Same way, if I wanted to search the classes related to the student name, I will come here and I will search here. Here I have only total 3 classes, but when you will create the big project, you will have 300 classes also. Okay. So in that way, it is very difficult to identify where is the which classes. So some of the classes is the with the module name wise, right? Suppose that you want to create one banking application where you have adding the beneficiary, updating the beneficiary. So you will create one package called com dot bank name dot beneficiary detail, com dot bank name dot account detail, com dot bank name dot IFSC detail, IFSC code detail. So like that you will create your package in order to categorize your Java classes. So this is a very simple definition. Okay. Now another thing is that when we are, if you have observed, right, whenever we have created the package, right, it starts with com, right? Wherever I have created, it starts with com. Wherever I have created, it starts with com. So now, why it is com? First thing is that there is no rule. There is no rule that your package should start from the com only. Okay. There is no rule for that. Your package should start from com only. Let me open one file here. Okay. So okay, so there is no rule. So your package should start from com. If you will right click package abc dot cde dot ef gh. Okay, fine. This is also the valid package only. There is no nothing wrong with this package. But it's our convenience is I even though I have created this package, but I am not able to understand that what do you mean by ABC, what do you mean by CDE, and what do you mean by EFGH. I have created just for fun, just for understanding. But if I will come after one week to see why this package I have created, I might forget that why I have created. So the name should be meaningful. Okay. So in order to make the package name meaningful, with the developer understanding, we start that okay. The first name should start with com. Okay. Anyway, I mean, if you are starting with ABC, CDE, if whatever it is fine, there is no problem with that. But it's just for the mutual understanding. The first dot will start with the com. Okay. Second, you can put your application name, organization name, like bank name and student management, right? Whatever. And then third one, basically you can put your module name. Like if you want to create the for a student branch, student name, student role. So this is the ideal way to create the packages. Now if you must be asking that okay, I have created only with the three names only, right? Like com dot student dot name. I want to put one more like in that way, like package com dot simply learn dot batch dot java. Okay, you see right here I have kept four. One, two, three, four. Four dots. So you can create how many dots you want, but the standard way is to create the three dots only. Three only. Three folder only. No more than three. If required very much, then only we will be creating the four folders, four packages, like one, two, three, four, or we can say four dot. But it's ideal way to have the only three things. Okay. First one which start with the com, second one is the application name or your organization name, and third one is the module. Okay, that's all. If you want to put one more dot here, something, okay, you can put it. There is no problem with that, no error, nothing. It's just that it will looks very big to understand. That's all. Three way is ideal. Okay. Before moving forward, I'm just opening my chat. Okay. Please confirm here. Till now, are you able to get it or not? Please confirm yes, no, yes, no. No limits. I mean, like how you are creating your folder in Windows, folder inside the folder, folder inside the folder. How many you wanted to create, you create. There is no limit, I guess. So this is a simple thing. Please, everyone respond. Yes, yes, yes. I told you, no, to create the package, there is no rule actually. There is no predefined rule. Okay, it's just for our mutual understanding that how we are creating. So the first start with the com. Second, the second dot will start with the application name or organization name, and third one is the module name. That's all. There is no rule there. Yeah, case sensitivity. All the package names should go into the lower cases only. I mean, all the packages names should go into the lower cases. If at all, if you try to put upper cases, I think it will automatically convert. Let me try anyway. A B C dot C D E. See if you see that discourage package name. By convenience, package name usually start with the lower cases letter, right? It is giving you suggestions here. If you create it, you see that it is asking you fail to create. So it's better to give the lower cases only. It will create with the lower cases only. Okay. So yeah, automatically it will convert sometimes. It depends upon ID. Is it possible to use one package in is it possible to use one package in another package? Okay, like I have created this package, inside that I can create one package. Yeah, you can create it, but you will be only getting confused at what you are doing. I have created, it came here, right? You see, right? Inside this one it created, but it is not making any sense for me. Package inside the package doesn't make any sense actually. You can create, but yeah, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm deleting now. See, packages is just to beautify your code. That's all. Means modularize your code. That's all. Very easy understanding. No rocket science. Very clear. You need to place the code into this certain place where from where you can access your code very quickly. That's all. Nothing much. Okay. So this is all about the package and how to create the package. Now again coming to the PPT. Little bit theory also we need to know. So this is the important concept, but not from the interview perspective, but you should know. So what I have told, it is the encapsulation mechanism to group related class and the interface into the single module. Means if you have roll number related, you will put into the roll number package. If you have branches related class, you need to put into the branches package, like that. To resolve the naming conflict, this I will tell you. This point, to provide the security to the class and interface so the outside person cannot access directly. This I will tell you what exactly meaning of this one. This I have already explained, is improve the modularity of the application. In any Java program there should be only, okay, in any Java program the, okay, got it. Let me explain another concept. Like you see, right here I have created the student branch.java, right? What I'm trying to say is, if you see any of the classes, if you will create the first statement of the class, this might be your interview question, and probably they will ask, right? Let me close the chat, okay? So probably they will ask, what is the first statement of your classes? What is the first statement you have in your classes? Typical classes, right? You can say the package information, right? The very first information, first line of the classes is package information. But because I have kept this student branch into the branch package, that's the reason it is there. But what I will do, you see, right? Let me delete some unnecessary package. It will get confusion. Now in SRC, you see in SRC I'm highlighting. I'm creating right click, new classes, and I'm saying my test class. My test class. Okay, you see, right? So my test class is got created into the default package. Means there is no name for this package. Means if you right click here and properties, and if you go to the location, that's all. SRC my test classes. SRC my test classes. And here in Eclipse you are seeing default packages, but there is nothing like default packages. It's just the IDE, or Eclipse IntelliGence, that they are saying that this is the default packages, but there is no such kinds of folder. If you see, right, in SRC directly my test classes, in SRC directly my test classes, that's all, right? There is no default packages here. So this is the Eclipse is telling you this is the default packages, means your class is not available inside the any packages, as simple as it is. Default package means your class is not available inside the packages. Clear? So now if you just try to see my screen clearly, you just see my test class, right? And just see my student branch. Only difference between this class and this class is, here I don't have packages. I don't have packages. No packages. Okay. And here I have the packages. Okay. So now if interviewer will ask you, what is the first statement of your class? What is the first statement of your class? You can say that it is the package, but it is also necessary that my class should be in package. If your class wouldn't be in package, then there is a no first statement. First statement might be different, okay? Might be different, but at least not the package information. Repeating again, the difference between this classes and this classes is that this classes is no packages. This classes is simply created in src folder only, whereas a student branch is created inside the branch packages, right? So there is a difference between these two. So now if interviewer will ask you what is the first statement of class, we can say the first statement of any class is always packages, but it also matters that where your classes are really inside the packages or not. If the classes is not available inside the packages, then there is no guarantee that your package information should be the first statement. Clear? Opening, wait for a second. Clear, not clear? Please tell. What is the first statement of your classes? Clear, not clear? Everyone, please. Clear, not clear? Clear, not clear? Clear, not clear? Everyone, everyone. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Closing my chat now. Thank you. Everyone is clear. So this is the about the packages. Okay. Now coming to the PPT again. In any Java program, there should be at most one packages statement, and in any Java program, the first non-comment statement should be package statement. This we are clear, right? Now this statement, what it is trying to tell, it is in simple example, right? Very simple. What is saying in any Java program, there's okay. What is trying to say? This package student branch dot java is available inside the com dot student dot branch packages. Okay. So here there should not be two packages information. Here this should not be two packages information. So at most there should be a only one package for respective classes. At most only one packages for the respective classes. Simply if you try to create a same folder structure in your system, also it will not create, it will say the folder is duplicate, you need to rename your folder, or by default it will create the folder as a right click. If you create the folder name will be a new folder by default, right? So if you try to create also it will not create. So that is the meaning, in the one class is having only at most only one packages information. This is about this one. Now to resolve the naming conflict, this one please understand clearly. Okay. Okay, in my project I have the requirement to create some some classes. Okay, while creating the class, while creating the class, I just got the requirement that I need to create a student branch name twice. I need to create a student branch name twice. How will I create? Suppose that student branch name I have copied. In this same package, right click, new class, and I am creating the same class, student branch name. If you see here, it is giving me error saying that types already exist. Same meaning, it's the same meaning. If you in Windows or anywhere, like I have created the new folder, okay, my folder I have created. Inside the my folder I have created one file. Wait, wait. Okay, wait, not like that. Close this one. Close this one also. In the folder structure, suppose that I just copy day one folder, right? I have just copied this one, and here I am just doing to paste the item. Okay. Now if I am clicking my folder, inside the my folder I have the day one, and inside the day one I have these are all things. Now again I want to put the day one inside the same folder. Right click, copy, okay, and then here right click, paste the item. Right. It is saying that a folder named day one is already exist into this location. So do you want to replace it or not? If you want to do the replace, the file will be replaced, and if you want to stop, the file will not get copied. Same way in Eclipse also, if you have the Java classes with the student branch name in this package, then you cannot create the same classes inside the same packages name. Okay, but still I have the requirement to create. How to do that? I will just copy this one. Instead of creating this branches class, I will create in roll number class. So right click, new class, and the same class name, student branch, and I will create the finish. You see, right? So now I have the two student branch class. One is under the roll number package, and another is in branch package. Another one is the roll number package, and another one is the branch package. So I am able to create the same classes into two different packages, but I am not be able to create the same classes in same packages, right? So that is all about this one. To resolve the naming conflict, like if you want to create the two Java classes with the same name in one packages, you can't do. For that, you definitely need to create the two packages. Inside, you can place your file. So now I am opening the chat window, and let me ask if you have any question here. Please say yes, no, yes, no. Please say yes, no, clear, understand, not understand. Please say yes, no, yes, no. Clear. Okay. What do you mean by no? I did not get one. Let me 1 second. He said no. I mean, I did not get. Did you understand or not? Do you want me to repeat? He said no. Please say. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just like Windows. Yeah. Yeah. Windows name. Yeah. As I told you, that package name is nothing but your folder. That's all. Okay. So everyone is clear on that. So this is all about the packages. You see, right? How easy it is. Okay. Security thing. Okay. Now I'm closing the chat window. We'll come here. We have something to understand. Okay. So this is all about the package. Okay. Nothing much. Now we are directly coming to the class. We have coded so many things. Now it's time to understand what exactly the meaning of classes. We have created multiple classes in order to do our example, but we have not gone through very deeply what exactly the classes. So far we have learned classes is the place where we are coding. That's all we have learned. And this is the true also. Classes is the place where our code resides. That's all, as a simple example. But apart from that, there is multiple things are there in order to understand the class fully. So the first thing is that whenever we are writing our own Java classes compulsory, we have to provide information about our classes to JVM. So whenever we create any right click, we have created the my test class, a student branch, a student name. student branch, student roll number, right? So these are is the our classes. Being a developer, we have built it, right? This is the not the Java classes. This is our classes. Now, once we created the classes, right, then JVM should understand that which types of classes it is, and JVM has to act accordingly, right? So, what type of classes is? Now, what is the meaning of what type of classes is? So, technically, when we create the class, we will be using, we know, right, access modifier, we already know, okay? Now, we are understanding what is the access modifier in class level, okay? So, if you see here, whatever the classes we have created so far, we have the public, class, class name. Okay. Here we have the public, class, class name. Here also we have the public, class name. So, how to create the class? Simple. We have to give the access modifier and the class keyword and your class name. Simple as it is. Now, here we are only trying to understand that instead of public, what are the things we can give? What are the things we can give? Till now we have used only public. Till now we have used only public everywhere. Now, our responsibility is to understand instead of public, what are the things we can also give, right? So, to understand the same, please don't ping. So, to understand the same, we are going to learn in deeply. So, instead of public, we already know we can give the public. We can give the default also. You see, right? P is caps, right? Actually, in Java, there is nothing caps, right? If you see, everything is small. You see, P is small. But when I was typing, the word is automatically, translating with the public. So, ignore this one. Everything is first letter is always small only. Okay. So, what I'm trying to say, if you type it right, technically your Windows or Microsoft Word will make your first letter upper cases. But intentionally you need to go manually and then again delete. But it will take. Here it is correct, but here it is wrong. But anyway, you are understanding what I'm trying to say. But now what I'm trying to say is that for classes we till now we have seen public. Now we are also understanding that what do you mean by public, what do you mean by default, what is the meaning of final, abstract and strict FP. So these are all total 5 is the access modifier. These are 5 is the access modifier for classes so that JVM will understand what they have to do. Now we are directly coming to the public classes. So what we have so far what we have learned, we have learned the packages. Inside the packages we have multiple classes, right? So so packages is the folder structure that we understood, but what is the meaning of exact things? I mean why we are keeping our things into the structured way, just to motorize the code, that we understand in clear fashion. But there are something more apart from that we will understood in classes. So class can be declared as a public. That is fine. We can create as a public class, which is fine. Now question is that why we wanted to create classes as a public? Answer is that we want to create the classes public because I can access from anywhere. Now what do you mean by access from anywhere? Is it the same meaning that I am writing my code here and that Java classes you can access in your PC who are watching this tutorial or who are learning here? Is it the same meaning? No. Is it not same meaning? Access anywhere means here. Access anywhere means we can access if the classes are here public. We can access in this packages also. We can access in this packages also. So whatever we will learn from now means if I will say access anywhere means access from all the packages. Access from all the packages, not from access from all the system or access from all the PC. Is the not the meaning that okay if I am writing, if I am have a student branch dot Java classes here and someone from learning they will take my classes? It's not happening, right? Because we are connected with the internet, which is fine. Until unless I will not give you through email, you cannot get my classes, right? So it is not like anywhere. So anywhere means across the packages. Like this student branch, I can access in student name also, in student roll number also. How to access, that is the different question altogether. How to access, that is different. But where to access means we will access throughout the packages. Throughout the packages. We will access throughout the packages. Okay. How to access, that we don't have to learn now. We have the different topic. So if your classes is in public type, means it means that classes can accessible from anywhere. Anywhere means across the all the packages. In your project, if you have created some project here, and if you have created some project here, if you have created some project here, like day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, so this classes is also accessible in day 3 also. Okay. So here within a system, in all the packages we can access. Okay. Now you must be thinking that how can I will access a student name in my day 1, right? You must be thinking that. So to avoid your thinking, what you have to do, right click. Yeah, I know. Right click. Okay, do one thing. I will, okay, these questions I will tell you. Wait, here. I will give you this answer here. Don't worry. But you can understand that this student name, since this is a public class, we can access from anywhere. We can utilize this class anywhere. How to utilize? That is that altogether total different thing. Okay. Now we have another thing called default. This one is the important, and this one is the most tricky question in interview. Wherever the default word will come, you need to very sincere that. See, D is like that. Okay. D is not uppercase. Okay. So if a class declared as a default, then we can access that class only in current package. Meaning this student name, it is now public. Okay. I am just keeping as a DEFA default, which means that DEFAULT. Why it is giving error? Okay, we don't have to give it. If you want to give, I mean, default, but automatically it is default only. So if the class declaration as default, then we can access that class only within a current package. Which means that, see, now earlier we are talking about that we will call these classes in day 1, day 2, day 3, or any of the packages, right? Earlier we are talking. Now things are got changed. Now I have made this student class name made as a default. Default means if you delete everything, it becomes default only. Default is not the keyword. Okay, we will not giving anything called default. Okay, not like that. So if you delete, if your class is without access modifier, it means default class only. Okay. So now this student name, whatever we will perform the operation in this class, like I want to perform, okay, uh, a student initial, okay, you have the student name and we have the student initial. In student initial, if I want to call a student name, if I want to call a student name, if I want to call a student name, I can call easily, because a student initial and a student name, a student initial and a student name, both are present into the same package, which is com.student.name. Whereas if I want to call this student name, if I want to call this student name inside the student branches, okay, then I cannot, okay, because student name is the class where the access modifier is default. That's the reason for default access modifier, it is accessible only within a package. It is accessible only within a package, not outside the package, not outside the package. Simple. Okay. This is the meaning of default. Same way, we have the final. Okay. If you will, if you are not, if you are missing, okay, let me open the chat window. Let me. Okay, tell me till now, are you clear or not? Till now, are you clear or not? No, default and private both are different. Okay, yeah. We will come on this topic again. How to access that we are going to learn, but we will access or not, that's what we are identifying. That's a Boolean condition. We are only learning now whether we are able to access or not access or not access. That's all. How to access, this is the different. Default, private, protected, we will going to learn, don't worry. Okay. Today end of the day, you should not have any question related to that. Wait for a second. Now I'm closing the chat. We learn public and default. Same way, we have the class modifier is called final also. Again, this f is in small cases. Okay, small cases. So final, if a class declared as a final, then we cannot create the child class. We will see how to create the child class, but for now you understand very simple. If your class is final, means here the final where to put final, final. If your class is final, then you cannot create a child class. Simple. How to create the child class, that we will learn. Okay. Same way, if your class is abstract, if your class is abstract for any Java class, if we do not want instance, then we have to declare the class as a abstract. Instance means for any of the class, if I don't want to create the object, means that times I will declare the class as a abstract. That's all. If I don't want to create the object of a student name, I will directly create the here provide the access identifier as abstract. That's all. Again here a is small. Okay. Example will come. Don't worry, will come. Till now, I mean, I have something to tell. That's the reason I am not coding. Right? This is the most theoretical part. That's why I'm discussing. Don't worry. You will learn everything. Same way, strict FP. This is the important one. But anyway, we are not using much. In nowadays programming, we are not using this keyword very frequently. But being a developer, we wanted to know. See, right? Strict FP means this is for regarding the floating points. We have the floating, right? Floating points, and in that floating points, when we are learning, right, we have learned that floating point like after decimal, right? Uh, 3 digit or 4 digit or 5 digit. It depends upon the system to system. In 32-bit, 64-bit, and OS to OS also, right? So to avoid this kinds of discrepancy, we will use the strict FP. Means strict FP when we will use here STRICTFP, something like that. If we will use this keyword here, which means that what are the floating point related? What are the float? What are the float related operation I am doing here? That will be identical across the system. Like if I will put the strict FP here, so if my output is 3.1414, if my output is 3.1414, okay, in my system, something like that, okay, then it is very true that in other system means 32 or 64-bit, okay, the output will be same. Output will be same 3.1414. This is with the strict FP. Okay. But if we will not use strict FP and we will do the floating related operation here, possibility that in my system the output is 3.1414, whereas in another system you will be getting 5 also. There are chances. Okay. So to avoid this kinds of result, we are using the strict FP. That's all. Okay. If a Okay. If a class, okay, one more thing here. If you see, right, IEEE 754, this is the standard. Like I mean, when we are learning the data types, right, we have learned the ISO standard, something like. Same way, we have the this one, IEEE standards also, Unicode, right? Same way, IEEE is the standard. If you go through the Wikipedia, it is just the standard, okay? So if you come slowly down here, you will learn, okay, binary means 2 base, these are all. So these are all kinds of standard. If you are learning the physics chemistry, right, you must be learn that SI, right, SI unit. So same way in Java also we have some standards, so as per this standard. So here if a class declared as a strict FP, then every concrete method in that class has to follow the IEEE 75 rule. Fine. Standards, so that we will get the platform independent result, meaning that if the code exists in my system, it is giving 3.1414, I am making sure that the same output will also available in if we will use 32 or 64 bit system. Okay, so that is called platform independent. Now this is especially to ensure that floating point operations give the same result on any platform, right? We are doing the floating point operation. As a floating point value may vary from one platform to another platform. Okay, so strict FP means strict floating points. FP means floating points, and it is introduced in Java 1.2. That's all. But when we are doing the early days coding, that time we need to specify the strict FP. But nowadays Java itself is taking care of the strict FP, so the developer avoid giving the strict FP. Okay, so nowadays we don't use this one. Constructor, this one is important, so whatever the question you have, we have left it here, we will try to cover here. Okay, constructor. Now what will happen is constructor, please understand very carefully. Constructor means like a student name. Okay, string, this is a student name related class, so string student initial. Okay, string student middle. Student is stu is fine. Initial name. Okay, this is how we declare the variable. So by understanding this one, we should know what exactly meaning of. So stu means student initial name. Okay, same way student not initial middle name. Same here, student last name. Because this is a student name related class, so whatever the variable I will use, I will try to use for the name related only. This is called the modularity of code. Okay, so now what is happening is, this class I have created the again 3 variable inside that, which is perfectly fine. But this 3 variable is not attached with the student name. This three variable is not attached with the student name. A student name is the class. I am good with that. Let me do the public. Okay. A student name is the class, which is fine. A student name is the class, public class, which is fine. Inside that, I have declared the three variable. First variable is that student initial name. Second variable is that student middle name. Third variable is that student last name. But this variable and this class are not attached. So there is a some way where I need to attach this with this. There is a some way where I need to attach this with this. Okay, and what is the way? The way is constructor. Constructor will only going to help you to attach this one with this one. So constructor responsibility is to initialize this variable at the runtime. Initialize this variable at the runtime. So if you do right click, okay, source, and here you have constructor, okay, constructor using field. So I want to create the constructor having all the data. So it got created here. Okay, it got created here. So I have created one constructor. This is the constructor. Line number 10 to line number 15. This is the constructor. Here I have the student name, student middle name, student last name, and this is the initialization. This is the super. We will understand what is the super, what is this. But for now, this is I am just doing the initialization using the constructor. Okay. So this constructor when I have wrote, this is the parameterized constructor because I am passing here parameters. I am passing here parameters. Okay. I am passing here three parameters. But now I want to initialize this class. For now I don't have this student last name information. So I don't want to use this student last name. For that what I will do, I will just delete this last name from here. Okay, and I will delete it from here also. Okay. Now what I am doing is that out of this three variable, I am only initializing two variable. I am only initializing two variable. Okay. Okay. I don't want to initialize two. Now I want to initialize only one. Okay. I will delete this one. I will delete this one, and I need to delete from here also. Okay. Okay. Now out of three variable, I have initialized only one variable. Fine. That is correct. This is my wish. I am developer. I can do anything. Okay. Fine. I have requirement to initialize only one. I did it. Now I have realized that no, I don't want to initialize anyone. I want to do the default initialization. I want to do default initialization. So what I will do, I will delete everything and my constructor will looks like that. Okay. So this constructor what you are seeing, is called default constructor. This constructor is called default constructor. This constructor is called default constructor because it doesn't have any parameters. And whatever the constructor we have seen, this is the one argument constructor, this is the two argument constructor, this is the three argument constructor. Okay. So we understand the what is the constructor. Constructor can be a zero argument, means default constructor. Constructor can be a one argument, two argument, three argument, n numbers of argument. How many variable you have here? So depends upon the our requirement. We will create the constructor and we will initialize it. Okay. Now, okay, let me open the chat on soft note. Can you please tell any doubt here? Default constructor is a way to link with variable. Not link with variable, it will initialize the constructor will help you to initialize the variable. That's all. Constructor will help you to initialize the variable. Constructor will repeat again. I will repeat. If you don't write default constructor, then what? Okay, if you don't write constructor, that I have not explained till now. How did you create this? Can you please show again? I mean, okay, repeat once. Repeat once. Yeah, I wanted to repeat. Okay, no problem. Closing the chat again. First question is how to create the constructor. See, you can type also. I mean, you can type also like public and then class name, public and class name, public and class name, and then you can type anything, everything here. Okay. This you can do manually also, but ID is helping you to do the coding in speed. Okay, that's the reason ID has the functionality to create the constructor here. In order to do that, please see my screen. Okay, in order to do that, do the right click. Okay, and go to the source option. Source option. Once you come to the source, go to the down. You see right, generate constructor using field. Generate constructor using field. Once you click it here, here it is also asking you if you want to create constructor with the only two argument or one argument or no argument, right? So this is here also you can do all those things. So this is IDE is giving you the option to do that. So I'm clicking on the generate. I'm clicking on the generate. So I have created the constructor for all the variable. So someone is asking what do you mean by initialization? I will tell you. Wait. What do you mean by initialization? What do you mean by initialization? Everything we'll discuss here again. What do you mean by initialization? Okay. So now we have created the constructor. Okay. So this is the three argument constructor, means I want to initialize this three variable. I want to attach this variable with the class name. Okay, this is meaning of initialization, but we'll learn more on that. Okay, this is initialization. I have initialized all the three variables. Now I have changed my mind. Instead of all three, I want to do the initialize only two. So I will delete the another required one. So I have deleted it. Okay, I will take your question. Don't worry. Okay. So now I have initialized this constructor with the two argument. Okay. Now I will delete this two argument. I want to initialize with this only one argument. Okay. I can delete this one also. One argument. Okay. Now I have only one method, only one variable to initialize. I also don't want to do this one. So I want to delete all the argument. So this is the default constructor, means no argument. This is the single argument constructor. This is the double argument constructor, and this is the triple or n numbers of argument constructor. So technically what I am trying to explain you only thing is that what is the default constructor, what is the use of default constructor, that I am not discussing now. Only I am discussing is what is the default constructor. Default constructor means no argument. Default constructor means no argument constructor, whereas parameterized constructor means it has the argument. That's all. And constructor is doing the initialization. Initialization means I will tell you. Okay. Now coming to the slide now. Coming to the slide constructor. Okay. Now little bit learn here also. Object creation is not enough compulsory. We should perform initialization, then only that object is possible to provide the response properly. Okay, so when we will create the object, right? When we wanted to create the object, the meaning of this line is when we will create, how to create the object, forget it. When we will create the object of a student name, when we will create the object of a student name, that times we need constructor to be available inside the class. That time we need constructor to be available inside the class. If constructor is not available, then we will not perform the correct operation for this variable. Okay. Okay. So whenever we are creating an object, some piece of code will be executed automatically to perform the initialization. This piece of code is nothing but constructor. So when we will create the object of this student name, that times at the time of creation of object name, this set of code will automatically get executed. Okay, executed. Hence, the main objective of constructor is to perform the initialization for the newly created object. For the newly created object. Okay. Now, what is initialization? How initialization done? For that, we have one trick to understand here. So, what is that trick? We'll go to the Google and we'll say the compiler. I don't know why today's my system is slow. Decompiler. So decompiler you can download in your system. Okay, everyone can download decompiler Java download. This one, let me download decompiler. Mine one is Mac, so I will click it here. It doesn't require installation, it's just cannot be opened because the developer cannot be verified. Problem is that Mac OS is more secure. What is doing? Let me try again. Okay, it is giving problem. So, but I will explain you here. Uh, don't worry. So, what will happen? So, when you will run this code, right? The dot class file is getting created. Right? Very early days, I have compiled this code, and the dot class file was got created. You remember, right? Very first day, the dot class file was created. But when you open that dot class file with your notepad plus plus for anywhere, you cannot able to read what is written inside the dot class file because this is the secure. That's the reason we have created the jar file. Jar file is the collection of the dot class file. But there is a software which is decompiler which will help you to read the dot class file also. Okay, if you see my you can download in your Windows. Okay, it will be, but I don't know why here not getting download, but anyway you can download from in here. Okay, so what will happen when you install the a decompiler, it will looks like something like that. Okay, what you do, you just create one dot class file, and you know right how to create the dot class file, just compile it. But even though if in Eclipse also you can get the dot class file, I will tell you where. So like right click, properties, come here, and branches. Inside the branches you have bin. You go to the bin directory and then com directory student branches. You see right, student branch dot class file. You see right, student branch dot class file, right? This file, you copy it, just drag and drop into the software. Okay, drag and drop into the software. First, what you do, this dot class file, you try to open with the notepad. If I will try to open with the notepad, okay, it is opening. Wait, wait, it is giving error. Anyway, let me open with notepad. Mac is more secure because of that only. You can open with the notepad plus plus. Okay. Here I am not getting option. Let me try if I will get option. See, it is disabled. It is not even allowing me to select text editor. Okay. If I'm selecting it in open, right? Let me open. You see, right? This dot class file I have opened, right? Are you able to listen? Sorry, are you able to see anything from here very, clearly? Some line, number, table, local, com, something is there. It is not, we cannot read it. Being a human, we cannot read it. You can open in your system also, okay? After this class, okay? In Windows, it will look differently. Once you open the dot class file, it is not because this is written into the machine language, so human will can't understand easily. Okay, because of that, there is one software. Because of that, there is one software called, what was the software? Decompiler. Okay, here what you can do, you can just, you see, right, basic dot class. You can just drag that dot class file and you keep it here. Once you keep the dot class file, you will be able to see the Java code here. Means if you are able to get the dot class file from the any system and you wanted to learn that what is the written into the dot class file, you cannot learn while opening into the notepad plus plus, right? But if you use the decompiler, you will be able to see the code exactly. But that code is not exactly code, but 80 to 90% you will be able to read that code. And while reading, you will see here some code got initialized. Okay, some code got initialized. Now I will give you the definition of initialization. Did not work. So what will happen? This student name is the string. Student name is the string. So default initialization of a string is null. If it was integer, like int a equal to int a, that's all, int a, right? So I am not providing any value. Then compiler what will do? Compiler will create one variable int a equal to 0 automatically. So this a equal to 0 is the default initialization. A equal to 0 is the default initialization for integer. For string, default initialization is null only. So constructor is doing the initialization for all the variable. What variable you are passing it here, right? Constructor is doing the initialization for that. Okay. Same way, so here we are not initializing by default. We are asking compiler to do the same. We are asking compiler to do the same. We are asking compiler to do the same, right? So compiler, how they will do? Compiler will do with the help of constructor. Compiler will do with the help of constructor. Okay. So constructor is doing initialization means initialization. Initialization means it is initializing with the default value for a string null, for integer 0, for float 0.0, for long means 0L, something like that, default value. That's what the role of constructor is here. So constructor is two types now. One is the default type and one is the parameterized constructor. Now there is a rule between default and parameterized. What is the rule? The rule is, if you will delete, if you don't have any constructor in your classes, if you don't have any constructor in your classes, then compiler will create the default constructor. Compiler will create the default or no argument constructor. Okay, compiler will create the If you don't have any constructor here, then compiler will automatically create one default constructor for you or no argument constructor for you. And how to check that? You install this software decompiler, and the .class file you can place it here. Okay. But if you will place the if you will create the if you will create the if you will create the constructor here, default I mean parameterized constructor, then then compiler will not going to create the default constructor for you. In that case, you need to create yourself default constructor. And how to do that? Delete everything, and from here delete everything. Okay. So once you create the parameterized constructor, once you create the parameterized constructor, compiler will not create the default constructor for you. Okay. If you will not create any of this constructor, by default compiler will create the default constructor for you. This is the rule. So the name of the class and name of the constructor must be matched. Means when you create the constructor, right, you see that name of the class is student name, constructor name is also student name. Return type concept is not applicable for constructor. The only, okay, this you leave it. So okay, now let me open the chat window. Let me open the chat window. What is the meaning of initialization? I will give you. Wait for a second. I will cover everything in. Okay. Please ask. If I will ask you what is the difference let me ask you the question. Okay. If I will ask you what is the difference between default constructor and parameterized constructor, are you able to give answer or not? If I will ask you what is the difference between default constructor and parameterized constructor, what is the use? Just forget. What is use? Forget. Simple question. What is the difference between default constructor and parameterized constructor? Please give yes, no, yes, no. What is the difference between default constructor and parameterized constructor? What is the difference between default constructor and parameterized constructor? Please give yes, no, yes, no. Everyone. Then I will ask next question. What is the difference between default constructor and parameterized constructor? Default constructor does not have any argument, whereas parameterized constructor have more than one or more than one argument. Okay. This is the first question done. Okay. Don't wait. Don't go beyond the topic. We'll give you the answer. Don't worry. Don't worry. Now, second question is, if I will ask you when, if let me listen very carefully. If I'll ask you when default constructor is getting created, when default constructor is getting created, please tell me the answer. When default constructor is getting created, when default constructor is getting created, doing compilation correct, doing compilation correct. Please everyone, when default constructor is getting created, when default constructor is getting created, please everyone, if there is no constructor correct, when no parameterized correct, to make easy. Okay, during the initialization of object correct, during compilation correct, when we are not putting parameterized constructor correct, when we compile class and no constructor, this is also correct. If no constructor created, correct. So when we create the Java class, right, and it does not have any constructor, that time default constructor is automatically got created by the compiler at runtime. Okay. Okay. So wait. Don't go beyond. I will give you all the questions. Let me cover first the object. If I'll cover object, your all question answer will clear there only. Okay. Wait for keep your question with you. Today your question, all the question will be answered. That is for sure. Okay. Keep your all question with you, please. Okay. What I was asking. Okay. First question done. Second question I want to ask. I don't know what I forgot. You guys are pinging, so I forgot the questions what I supposed to ask. But let me think. Okay, first question I was asking that when default constructor uh, is getting created. Fine. Okay, the answer is if there is no constructor, then default is getting created. Okay, okay. The question is that in my Java classes, okay, in my Java classes, I have created the argument constructor. I have created the argument constructor. Is, please listen carefully. In my Java classes, I have created the argument constructor. In my Java classes, I have created the argument constructor. Is default constructor is getting created or not? Yes, no, yes, no. Created, not created. Created, not created. Repeating again. In Java classes, I have created the argument constructor. In Java classes, I have created the argument constructor. In Java classes, I have created the argument constructor. Is no argument constructor getting created or not? Not created, not created, not created, not created, not created. Good. Not created. Very good. Very good. Not created. Good. Correct. Now, since no argument constructor is not getting created, then our responsibility is to create the default constructor. Our responsibility means developer responsibility is to create the default constructor manually, because compiler is not creating the constructor for me. Because compiler is not creating the constructor for me. Okay. So now you got to know this question answer, right? Only the default constructor, parameterized constructor. There is three types of interview question will come, and this is the three concept only. I have cleared all the concept. Okay. So far, any question on confusion? So far, any question on default constructor and parameterized constructor? Please repeat again. So far, any question and on parameterized constructor and default constructor? Please, whatever the question you have asked and I have not given you the answer, please copy your question in Notepad++. I will give all the answers today end of the day. Okay. Yeah, PPT will come. Please don't forget to copy your questions. I might miss from here, but I need your questions. Okay. Sir, earlier you had public static void. Now you do not have this. Why? Okay. Okay. You can explain second rule of PPT. This rule I will tell you. Wait. When compiler creates constructor itself, then why we have to create the constructor by ourselves? No. The question is, wait. Let me copy your question. Question is, when compiler create constructor itself, then why we have to create the constructor ourselves? See, compiler is not creating constructor for you itself. There is the rule. Please understand very carefully. When you will not create the constructor here, then compiler will create the default constructor automatically for you. Okay. But if you will create the constructor, then compiler will not create the constructor for you. You need to manually provide the default constructor. Might be you are asking that if either way, if I am not creating this one, and compiler is created the constructor for me, fine. Then why I need to create the parameterized constructor? This is I think you are asking. Now in this class I don't have any constructor here, okay, but constructor is getting created by the compiler. The only difference is the constructor is getting created is the default constructor. Constructor is getting default constructor. Now you might be asking that if default constructor is getting created, why we are creating the parameterized constructor? This is the question you are asking. See, the simple answer is that if you will create the default constructor, if you will create the default constructor, that constructor will not initialize anything. That constructor will not initialize anything. And if you will create the parameterized constructor, see, if you just assume that this constructor is created by the compiler, okay? And in this constructor we don't have any argument here, right? So all these value is not getting initialized, okay? So sorry, so all these value is getting initialized, all these value is getting initialized. But when we will create the parameterized constructor, that time I am now at this point there is no difference between this constructor and this constructor, because parameterized constructor generated by the compiler is also initializing your all the variable, whereas this constructor is also initializing all the variables. But differences will come when out of three I don't want to initialize one. I don't want to initialize one. So in that case, I don't want to initialize this one. I want to initialize only two. In that case, if I will not create the constructor, compiler will initialize all these three. But I don't want to initialize all those three. That's the reason I have created the parameterized constructor, and I have given the requirement to JVM that okay, you only initialize these two variable. Only initialize these two variable. Don't initialize this one. Don't initialize this one. This question is very good. Okay. Please confirm this question you understand or not. This question is very important, very good. This question have you understand or not? The question is very clear and very great question, that either you are creating constructor or not creating, that is the different. For you, uh, Java compiler or JVM is creating the constructor. Fine. Now, if Java is already creating the constructor for you, then why you have created the argument constructor? The answer is that if your Java will create the constructor, which is the default constructor means it will initialize your all the three variable. But out of three, you don't want to initialize all at this point of time. In that case, you will create one argument constructor where you will pass only the argument for which you need the initialization. For which you need the initialization. Okay, for which you need the initialization, right? But if you will not give any compiler, compiler will initialize all those. Please tell this question clear or not. This one is important. Clear or not clear? Clear or not clear? Sorting parameters is different things. That I will discuss. Clear, not clear. This one very clear or not clear. Sorting parameter, nothing. Will come. Please note down all your question. I might miss from the chat, because these all the topic are very interrelated topic. This is not very self-explanatory topic, so I have to go topic by topic. This question you understand, right? Okay. Now most of the people, you have asked me. Okay, let me see the default constructor. What is the? If we are not writing any constructor, then compiler will always generate the default constructor. We learned. If we are writing at least one constructor, then compiler would not generate default constructor. We also learned this one. Hence, a class can contain either programmer written constructor or compiler generated constructor, but not both simultaneously. This, I think this slide will make you confused. What I am trying to say here is, hence a class contain either programmer written constructor or compiler generated constructor. See, compiler will generate the constructor at only one point when you don't give any constructor here. Compiler will generate constructor for you only explicitly if you won't provide any constructor here. But if you will provide, then compiler will not generate it. So there is no chance that compiler will also generate the constructor and you will also give the constructor, right? So this is again the one important question. This question, okay? I will be opening the chat. Please read this one. There is no chances that the compiler will also generate the default constructor and programmer is also writing the default constructor. Is this point is clear or not clear? This point. Please see my PPT last point. This point is clear or not? Please everyone. Please everyone. Okay, repeat again. So why we can't see the compiler so you can't see the compiler generated see why we can't, let me see, copy these questions. See why we can't see the compiler generated constructor, because compiler is generating constructor, which means that compiler is compiling your file. Compiler is compiling your file means it is generating the dot class file, and dot class file is the machine understanding file. So being a human, you will not able to understand. That's the reason you are not able to see whether compiler is generated constructor for you or not. But against the rule, if you wanted to see, you need to download this software which is called decompiler and install, and class file you need to place it here. Once you place it, you will see your default constructor generated here. I will tell you, I will give you one steps, okay, very clearly. Once we read the object, that time I will tell you how to see, okay. But you cannot see because of dot. This question you clear or not? Please tell me. Overload and all those things. Please wait for some time. Please wait for some time. If we can decompile the file, then we can see the compiler generated constructor. Yes. That's the reason I was trying to see, but it did not happen in my system. You will be able to see. Yes. Purpose of compiler is to secure the code. Looks like the compiler is exposing the code. See, purpose of compiler is to convert your code into the machine understanding format. Decompiler will from machine learning to human learning. That's all. If the decompiler we can read dot class file, then how Java becomes secure? You cannot read all the code. You can, as I already told you, using decompiler only you can able to read 80 to 90% of code. 20%, which is the very important code, the decompiler will not able to decompile it. Why should we use constructor? Will our code run properly if we do not have constructor? Wait. See, why we use constructor? That is simple for initialization purpose. And what is the initialization that will learn when the object will come? Will our code will run properly if we don't use constructor? I mean, this depends on how you wanted to use. Wait for a second. So till now we are clear. I know I am skipping your questions, but I request you to write your question in your Notepad++ and you need to ping me when I will tell you. Here you will got to know everything in object. Here all the question is you're cleared. I'm just closing the chat now. Okay. See, whatever we have learned so far, including packages, including class, including constructor, default constructor, these all things we have learned only to understand the object. That's the reason I will not be able to give you all the question answers, because all the related topics are related. Now object will help you to understand everything very clearly. Okay, very clearly. Now, what is the object? Now, you people have learned many things. If I will ask you to write what is the object, at least 2 to 3 pages you people will write. But the very straightforward definition is the object which holds the class member details. The variable which holds the class member details is called object. As simple as it is. Okay, as simple as it is. Yeah, will do. Okay. Now, how to create the object? To create the object, you need to have the class name, object name, okay, equal to new, and the constructor of that class. Class name, object, new, constructor of that class. Okay. Now we'll do the code like anything. Okay. Now, right click, new, package, com dot simply learn dot object, new class, object, example. This I have created into the package called com.simplylearn.object. Class name is object example. Class type is public class. Inside the public class, I have created the main method. Okay. Now, if you have seen, I have created some classes here where okay, I have created the student name. Let me delete this too. Okay. I have created the student name. I have created the student name. Okay. And this student name, I don't have any constructor. Okay. In this student name, I don't have any constructor. As we have learned that the Java compiler is already created the default constructor for me. Okay. Now, now I want to create the object of student name. So for that, syntax is class name, student name, name, student name, student name, stu1 equal to new keyword, and then constructor student, student name. Now, after writing this line, you must have seen something here. Some import statement came. Are you able to see line number 3? Are you able to see line number 3? Line number 3. Yes. This when we have created this line, means line number 10, then only we are able to see this import statement. Clear? When we have created this line, then we are able to see the import statement. If you have from the import statement means if you have remember right C++, you something has include something like C and C++, right? Similar to that in Java also we have the something called import. Import means, see, what I was doing here is, please see my screen very carefully. This one is important. I have created the object example. An object example is available in here. Object example available in object package. Object example is class is available in object package. From this package, I am calling the student name, and student name is available inside the com.student.name package. Okay, it is available in com.student.name package. So I called student equal to, now our compiler should know this student class where it is available. Our compiler should know because this is the class name. So where this class is available. This class is available in this folder. This class is available in this folder. This class is available in this package. This class is available in this package. Now why import came? Because we are working with two packages. We are working in two packages. Now what I will do, if I will close this one, this student name, I will move into the object package. Okay, you see, right? Now my student name came into the object package. Now my student name and object example both are in same object package. Now I will come here, and now you see my import gone. Are you able to see import, right? No, you are not able to see import, but still this line is still exists. Why? Because now my student name and the object example class both are available into the same package, which is com simply learn object. That is the reason import is not applicable, because we are in same home, we are in same room. Then why you want to know my address? As simple as it is. You are two brother, both brother are staying in same room. Why brother one want your brother two address, and why brother two want brother one address? Because you people are staying in same places, so address is not required. If you will stay into the different address, like a student name will stay into the student.name.packages, that time address required. And what is address? Address is nothing but the import statement. Now I'm opening the chat. Please tell me, have you understood this import statement or not? Only import statement. Only import statement, line number 3. Only import statement, line number 3. Okay. Okay. See, I have called. See, there are two brothers. Okay. Brother 1, brother 2. Both are staying into the same room. Both are staying into the same room. Right? Both are staying into the same room. Now, why brother 1 wanted to know the address of brother 2? Neither brother 2 want to know the address of brother 1. There is no point to ask, because you two people are staying into the same room only. No need to know the each address. Whereas if brother 1 means a student name is staying in different address, then I should tell brother 2 that, hey, I am staying here. I am staying here. This is my address. But if a student name will available into the same packages, then no address required, because you both are in same room. No need to know the address. Clear or not? I have repeated once. Please tell. Clear, not clear, clear, not clear, clear, not clear, clear, not clear. Does import statement automatically inserted by IDE? Okay. So what will happen? Listen, see here. This answer of this question: does import statement automatically inserted by IDE? This is very simple. Very simple. Very simple. See here. You came into the my folder. You came into the my folder. In my folder, you have created the day one, right? So now automatically day one, if you go to the day one, right click and go to the properties of day one, you will see the full path, means new inside the my folder you have the day one, right? If you come here and right click properties, I don't know how to see here, but in Windows, if you see right click on properties, it will give you the full path. Same way in IDE, if you will create, see, now my cursor is on SRC. Please see, now I am highlighting on SRC. If I will create new class, and I am saying my class. Now if you see here, my class name package is no package, right? It will directly go into the default. It will directly go into the default. But if you will ask, this my class should be created into the some folder, some packages. From here, you can choose your packages for in which package you wanted to create. If you want to create into the roll number package, you create the OK. Now, if you create the finish, see my class is getting created under the roll number, right? That's all. That's the reason ID is doing for you. Yes, ID is doing for you. Clear? So answer of this question is clear. Answer of this question 12 line number 12 is clear. Who asked this question? Okay, done. Thank you. Now import statement we have clear. Now we wanted to understand line number 8. This is the important. That I have not explained anyway. Wait. Line number 8. Wait. That is the only thing. It will take 1 hour. 1 hour to explain to you. Okay. Now what I have did. Okay. First let me put both into the different packages. Wait for a second. Object. Now both are in same. I don't want the same. I will put into the student name. Okay. Now import statement came. Fine. So now what I am doing is I have one class called object example, which is the public class. Okay. I have the one class called object example, which is the public class. Inside the public class, I have the main method. Inside the main method, I am creating the object. In order to create the object of a class, first I will do the class name. Okay. Object name equal to new and constructor. This is the constructor. This is the constructor. Okay. Now if you see in student name, if you go to the student name, we don't have any constructor here. Since we don't have any constructor, so we can assume that Java or JVM is already created the default constructor for me. Okay. Now if I will run this code, I will not get any output. Right click, run as Java application. I see my code is running, but I did not get any output. Okay. So now what I will do, I am before object. And I'm copying this one. After that, I am before no aft after object. If I will run this code, I will get only I am before and I am after. In between, I will not get anything. If I will run this code, I am before, I am object. Before, after, right? But this line is did not did anything for you so far. But in background, this line did many things. What this line did is, this line load your student name class. It loads your student name because you are calling it. It loads your student name. It call the default constructor which is created by the object. Sorry, which is created by the JVM default constructor. It calls the calling. It is calling. New means object created, whereas this is the default constructor is getting called here. Called. After calling, what are the variable we have in student name? These are all getting initialized. These are all getting initialized. Now, what do you mean by initialized? If I will create the toString for this one, see I am getting something like that. For the understanding what I will do, see toString means toString will learn. So what I will do, toString, and I will generate toString here. And what I will do, Just forget what is the toString. We'll learn when the string will come. But now understand now. Okay. What I have did, I have just did something, some route I have, some code I have written here. That's all. Okay. We'll understand this code when we will learn string. Okay. Don't worry. So some code I have written. That's all. So I was telling you, right? The will come again here. What I was telling to you, when we are writing this line, there something will happen into the background. First task is, first this one is very important. Please listen carefully. This first task is that a student class is getting loaded. Second task, what happen? Default constructor generated by compiler is getting called. Third task, what happen? All the variable is getting initialized. Okay. So when this line we have wrote and when we compile this line, total three things happen. First thing is that for which we have created the object, that class is getting loaded. Second thing is that for the same class, there is a default constructor created by the compiler. Why compiler? Because I have not created anything for myself, right? You see that I don't have any constructor here. So the default constructor is generated by the compiler is getting called. Fine. Third thing, what happened? All the variable is getting initialized. First thing you understand. Second thing also we understand. Third things everyone is asking, what do you mean by initialization? What do you mean by initialization? What do you mean by initialization? We understood that value is getting initialized, but we have not understood that what is the meaning of initialization. As I already told you, these are all is the string type. And string default value is null. If at all, I will pass int student roll number. It will ask you to do the default in it. Okay. Student roll number. Boolean is student present and boolean हो गए int float 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 student. Variable name is always start with the smaller case. Okay. Float. What is the float value of any student? Please tell. Roll number is the number 1, 2, 3, 4. Marks will also come into the number, right? Percentage. Float means I want something like 3.45%. Okay, 3.45% is correct. It will marks will come. Student marks float. Now what we have left? Integer we have given, boolean we have given, float we have given. That much is fine. Yeah, CGPA. Everything is fine. Yeah, correct. Student marks over to all, right? So what I will do? Right click, source to string, generate. Okay. Now if I will run this code, I'm just copying this one. I have run this code. Coming to the notes, Okay. Now if you see here, student name, what was that? It was the string type. You see, student name was the string type. It got initialized with the null because for string default value is null. A student middle name was also a string. That's the reason it got initialized by the null. A student last name was also string. It got initialized by the null. Student roll number is the integer and the default value of integer is 0. So student roll number is getting initialized by the default value which is 0. Is student present is the boolean type. Is student present is the boolean type and default value of boolean is false. So it got initialized with the false. Student marks default value is the float and for float the 0.0 is getting initialized. So for all the respective data type, what was the default value, it is getting initialized. Who did the initialization? The constructor did. Which constructor did? Which constructor did? Default constructor. Who generated the default constructor? Compiler. Why compiler generated the default constructor? Because we have not kept any constructor here. Now opening the chat, ask what are the question you have. Wait. Don't wait. Okay, now you ask. Ask everyone what if you have any question here. What is the difference between constructor and initialization? There is this is like there is no difference or nothing here. There is no difference or nothing here. Constructor is the way to initialize your variable. Simple. Constructor is the way to initialize your variable. Constructor is the way to initialize your variable. Forget, I have not explained what is overridden, so that I will not probably tell you here. This add rate overridden will take 2 to 3 class. After 2 to 3 class, you will got to know. Is there any reference constructor like C++? No. How object access? How object? Whatever the question you have asked earlier, right? You can ping all those questions. Please here. I will give all the answer now. Whatever the question you have asked earlier, how object access? I did not get this question. How object access? I did not get this question. Anything related to hardware, memory, and initialization value? Anything related to hardware and related? Wait, sorry. Whatever the question you have asked and I have not given the answer, please ask now. Is anything related to hardware, memory, or initialization variable? Initialize variable means default value. Hardware, no. Hardware, no. Initialize means default. Hardware, no. Is that method? What is this? Is the method of abstraction? We will learn when we will learn OOPS concept. Okay? We will learn when we learn OOPS concept. Okay? What is override? I already told you. I will not give you the answer now. It will take another 2 to 3 class to go to the other rate override. Copy constructor maybe. Copy constructor will understand. Don't worry. Copy constructor I have not explained so far. I want the question which I have not given answer earlier. Earlier you told constructor used to initialize the object, but okay. Okay, what is saying? Earlier you told constructor is used to initialize the object, but now variable. Okay, I not sure if I told. I'm sorry, but repeating again, constructor is used to initialize your variable, and through object we are calling the constructor. Through object, you see right here. Through object, student1 is the stu1 is the object which is calling the your constructor, and what constructor is doing? Constructor is initializing your variable. Question, more question. I need more questions because earlier you people have asked multiple questions and I have asked. I will give you answer on right time. Please ask now. Default means Default means I don't think so. You should ask this question now at this point of time. But anyway, default means for each data types you have the default variable. For integer, default variable is 0, right? For integer, default variable is 0. For float, default variable is 0.0. For string, default variable is null. Default, yeah, default value is null. Sorry, not variable. Default value is null, like that. No, not it doesn't mean that nothing. See, very clear. Does does 0 means nothing? Please give me answer. Does 0 means simple? No Java. In simple real mathematics, does 0 means nothing? No, right? If 0 does not means nothing, it's giving you the default variable, default value, right? Okay. So means nothing is wrong. Okay. Whoever given this answer is wrong. Means nothing is wrong. Okay. Even I will delete from here. Always it looks like I was only telling. Wait. Okay. Next question. Can you input some value? Okay. What is he saying? Next question is, can you input some value to each object and check the output? Will do. We have many things to do. Will do. Can show the only, what is question? This question, so the only use constructor is only to initialize the variable in that class. Yes, constructor. If they will ask what is the use of constructor, constructor is used to initialize the variable for the respective class. That's all. Can we accessing the value from any form? I did not get this question. What do you mean by this one? What do you mean by this one? Please repeat again. There is two things I did not understand. Can you? Object is not clear. Okay. Object is not clear. Object is not clear. Object is not clear. See, object is not clear. I mean, okay, I will repeat again. So if we are creating the object of any class, if we are creating the object of any class, if we are creating the object of any class, which means that we are initializing all the variable declared in the respective class. We are initializing all the variable available in that class. Object is not clear. Please tell yes or no. Now you are clear or not? Object is not clear. Whoever asks, please tell me clear or not. Not yet. Okay. I will repeat again. See, okay. See my screen very clearly. I am creating object called student1 of which class? Student name class. Student name is the class. For this class, I am creating one object called student1. And how to create the object? I have to give the class name, object name equal to new constructor name. So when we are creating the object, in background, three things happen. First thing is that class is getting loaded. Okay, means this student class is ready to act. Now in this day 5, right, there are multiple classes we have created, right? Multiple classes we have created, but we have not used any of the classes. So far we are using only object example and student name. So only object example and student name is compiling here through the JVM. Other classes we are not using. So it is simply ideal created and placed here. That's all. But here, because we created the object and the student name, so student name class is getting loaded. Since a student class is getting loaded, now what will happen? The default constructor is getting the default constructor generated by the compiler is getting called. Why the default constructor is getting generated? Because we have not placed any compiler, any constructor here. That is the reason default constructor is generated by the compiler is getting called. Why default constructor is generated by the compiler? Because we have not placed any constructor here, so compiler is automatically generated default constructor for me. Second task done. Third task, what will happen? And since constructor is getting compiled, so all the variable is getting initialized. All the variable is getting initialized. Here I have not given any value to the any variable. So by default value is getting initialized. Here I have not assigned any. If I will assign here a student name equal to Saurav, then there, then there will be a different output. But I am not assigning here. So for all those data types, the default variable is getting assigned and that is getting printed here. So three things happen. If they will ask when you are creating the object, if someone will ask, if interviewer will ask, what is the initialization? Seriously, now you shouldn't be asking what is the initialization. I have given you many times answer. What is initialization? Will wait for some time. Guys, please see I am going to ask one question to you. Okay, give me response yes or no. Okay, if interviewer will ask you while creating the object, what are the background things will happen? Are you able to explain or not? Answer is yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Please everyone respond me back. Question is that if your interviewer will ask what will happen when you create the object, or what will happen when you instant your object, what will happen when you instantiate your class, what will happen when you create the object of your class? Are you able to this is the answer is written here. I don't have to explain. Answer is written here. The first time class is getting loaded, three things happen. First thing is the class is getting loaded. Second is that if constructor is there, then the same constructor is getting called. If constructor is not there, then default constructor generated by the compiler is getting called. Third thing is that all the variable is getting initialized. If your variable doesn't have value, which means initialized by the default. This question I know you might be having initially. Still, I see few questions. I will explain you one more time. What do you mean by initialization? Please listen very carefully now. Can we Can we access the another class without importing that package? Guys, seriously, what is asking? How can we access the another class without importing that package? You cannot access any class if your class is outside the package. You cannot access without importing. You should means this question is similar to the question what I am going to tell now. Okay, you are telling the courier company, you are telling your courier company to deliver the deliver the deliver the things in your house without providing the house address. Is it happen? You are asking your courier company to deliver the consignment in your home without providing your address. Will it happen? As simple as it is. Not happen, right? In real time, not happen. Okay. So this question itself is wrong. But anyway, this initialization I will be more talking about. Don't worry. So I'm deleting this one. I'm not deleting. I don't know when you will ask again. I'm just keeping. Okay. The third question that everyone have, you must be thinking that initialization means, okay, we have initialized the value with the default value. We have initialized the value. But exactly this is the one of the case. We have initialized the variable with the default case. But there is another case also. Here I am giving a student name equal to, who asked this question? Wait, Subham. A student name equal to Subham. Okay. A student name equal to Subham. Okay. So what I did it now, please listen please listen very clearly. A student initial name I have given Subham. Apart from that, I have not given anything. Apart from that, I have not given anything. Okay. Now what I did, right click and run. Now I am copying this output here. Let me copy this output. Let me copy this output. Okay, now you see the differences between this output and this output. The only differences between that, the student name, student initial name is null when we have not given anything here. When we have given a student name equal to Subham, and then when we run, the Subham will come. Initialization means if you are not providing any value here, the default value will taken by the compiler. If you are not providing any value here, default value will be taken by the compiler. If you will provide the value, the same value will taken by the compiler. We have not given any value of this field, so that the default value is taken care. Default value is taken care. Whereas a student initial name, I have specifically provide the Subham. For that, default value is not taken care. Not taken care. Not taken care. What the value we have given, that only taken care. Now please wait. Did you got what do you mean by initialization now? Everyone, initialization, what do you mean by initialization? Yes, no, yes, no. Everyone, please. What do you mean by initialization? Yes, no, yes, no. Everyone, I want everyone. Initialization. Everyone, initialization. Everyone, initialization. Everyone, everyone. Everyone, everyone, please. This is the important concept, very important concept. Initialization only happen with the class in the same package. No, initialization happen when you create the object. Doesn't matter if your class in same package or different package. Initialization will happen any times when you create the object of the classes. No matter your classes are available into the same packages or different packages. Initialization is simply giving the value to the variable. Okay, correct. Sayyad, please confirm, have you got it? Your question? You have asked initialization only happen when class is in the same package. Sayyad, please confirm. Wait. I have 100 of example to do now. Don't hurry. You understood this, whatever I have explained, that much you understood or not? That is the only thing I wanted to, yeah. Whatever I have not explained, obviously you will not understand. Okay, good. Now, second thing, now we are only focusing on the default, okay? We are only focusing on the default. What I am doing, I am just creating the another object. I am just creating the another object. See, everything is same here. Student1, stu1, stu2. Okay, stu1, stu2. So I am creating two object. I am creating two object. I am creating two object of the same classes. I am creating two object of the same classes. Okay. What will happen now? Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Only thing is that these things is getting printed 2 times. That's all. Because for this first object, for this first object, 3 things will happen. Okay. And for this second object, also 3 things will happen. So how many times object is getting created? These 3 things will happen. There is no chances that these 3 things will not happen. Mandatory that these 3 things will happen. Okay. So no matter how many object you will create it will do the, if I will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I will create the 5 object of the student name, so 5 into 3, 15 things happen. 5 into 3, 15 things happen. Now opening the chat. This is the important. I am opening the chat. This is the important. This is the important. Wait, don't ask anything. No memory, nothing. Don't ask anything now. Only thing I wanted to ask from you. I have created the 5 object. Okay. Each object, 3 things is happening. So 5 object, 15 things is happen. Are you clear or not? Are you clear or not? Simple, simple question. One object, 3 things happen. 5 objects, 50 things is happen. One object, 1 thing is happening. 3 things for 5 objects, 15 things happen. Very. That's the only question I have. No memory, nothing. Simple. Okay. Now, what is things is that, now listen very carefully. Very carefully. This is again important thing. Very carefully. Understand very carefully. So, if you see right, one object if I am creating, these 3 things will happen. Okay. And if I am creating 5 object, 5 into 3, 15 things is happen, which is correct. So, when we will say that, object creation is costly, OPERATION, costly operation. When we will say is object creation is costly operation, okay, option would be yes or no. Then we will say yes, object creation is very costly operation, very costly, because these for one object these 3 things happen. Assume that if you create 5 object, 15 things will happen. Here you are dealing with the only 2 objects. In project, if you do in real time, at least 500 to 600 classes you will be getting. In this 500 600, if you do create the object, this will happen 3 times. You see what will happen to your system. Your system will become very slow. No one will buy the software from you if your system is slow. So object creation is very costly operation. Now my question is that if anyone will ask, what do you mean by object creation is costly? One thing, please understand, to create the object here, did I pay single rupees or single dollar to him, right? So costly means you should not understand that I am paying something, okay? Costly means how much utilization I am doing of the memory. How much utilization I am doing of the memory. How much utilization I am doing of the memory. That is the only costly operation, okay? Now please everyone confirm that if interviewer will ask what do you mean by object creation is costly operation, will you able to explain them or not? Please say yes, no, 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 yes, no. Yes, answer is that yes, it is costly operation because for each object creation we are doing these 3 things. Compiler is doing 3 things in background. That is the reason it is costly operation. Okay. More object means more range of processing power will go less, yeah. But if we have to create, we have to create how to avoid. That is the different thing. That is the different thing. Okay. Now if I will run this one, you will see 15 times is getting this one printed. It is not coming here. What is the line? In background, the 15 things happen. Okay. Wait. Let me copy this one. Paste it here. Sorry. Wait. Student 1. This one will go 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me run this code. You see, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5 times it is getting printed. Okay. So this is clear now. Now I'm just closing this one. Object example, new class, object example, parameter constructor. Okay. Whatever so far we have learned, it is for the default constructor, right? Now we are going to learn for the parameterized constructor. Okay. So for parameterized constructor, it was the student name. I don't want to disturb this one. Branch name I will take. This one I will use. Okay. Tell me, for any of the branch, what are the information you wanted to put into your software? Like for like string, uh, branch, branch name. Tell me branch name. I want EC. Apart from branch code, right? Int branch code equal to 101. And what? Boolean branch exist equal to true. Okay. Branch exist or not. And what will float? Float float. What is the possible float value for branch? Please tell. We'll use float. Okay. Topper CGPA equal to topper means 99.8. That must they can score. Okay. So I have used string, integer, boolean, float. You can use byte also. No problem with that. Okay. Okay. Now I'm creating one parameterized constructor. How to create? Right click, source, generate constructor using field and generate. Okay. ToString, for now you understand, it is like how we have system.out.println, something like that ToString, but more than that we will learn. Okay, so I am doing the ToString also. Okay, ToString also. Okay, now I want to create the object of a student. So first I will do the main method, because from here only our application will learn, our application will run. Student branch student sb1 equal to, how to create the object, class name, variable name, new student branch. This is how we will create. Okay. Okay. Now a student branch SB1 equal to new student branch. This is the default constructor. This is the default constructor. If I will run this one, sorry, SYSO SB1. If I will run this one, sorry, to string. If I will run this code, why this is happening? Student branch SV1 equal to new SV1 to string to have given here, right? It should not print. Oh, okay. Sorry, I have not given the default constructor. Okay, I just want to explain you one thing here before that. See here. Yeah, I know default constructor is not there. So what I wanted to explain you here, right? Student branch SB1 equal to new student branch. Okay, and I am printing the SB1 to string. Means something I am printing the object SB1. Okay, and if you go with the student branch, I have given these are all things. I have given the parameterized constructor also, right? Parameterized constructor also. Here, when I am creating the instance, this is the class name, this is the object name, this is the new keyword, and this is the no argument constructor. This is the no argument constructor, means this is the default constructor. And now if I will come here, default constructor is not there. Neither compiler is generated default constructor for me. Two things. Neither I have being a developer, I have generated default constructor, nor compiler is generated default constructor. Why compiler is not generated default constructor? Because I have already given the parameterized constructor. Since compiler is not generated the default constructor and I am trying to call the default constructor, that is the reason the variable whatever it is there, it is not getting initialized. So variable what is there, it is not getting initialized. If I run this code, I am not getting any output here. Some number, something I am getting, but not getting output here. I am opening the chat now. What is hash code? Wait. So now you understand. Please tell me. I am running this code and I am not getting output. Okay. Did you got what is the reason I am not getting output? Please say yes or no. Don't Subham. Don't post this one. Only just you tell me. I have created the object. I am printing the object. I have given this is as it is, and I am trying to print. I am not getting any output. My question is, are you able to understand that why I am not getting output? Why I am not getting output? Please say yes or no. Only yes or no. Very simple question. Yes or no. Yes or no. Okay. Please everyone say yes or no. Here many questions will come. Please say yes or no. This question is the first question. Please everyone respond. Only 5 or 10 responding. Please everyone. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Everyone. Yes, no, yes, no. Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, explain again. No, no, fine. Okay. So I'm repeating it again. Okay, repeating it again. Yeah, no problem. Repeating again. So what is happening is that I have created the object here, class name sv1 equal to new student branch. So while creating the object, I am calling the default constructor, means no argument constructor. Since I am calling the no argument constructor, which means that no argument constructor should be available, which means that no argument constructor should be available. Now if you come here, no argument constructor is not given by me. Okay, I have not wrote any no argument constructor. Neither compiler is generated no argument constructor for me. Now question is that why compiler is not generating default constructor for you? Because I have given the parameterized constructor. Since I am giving the parameterized constructor, so since I am giving the parameterized constructor, since I am giving the parameterized constructor, so compiler is not generating the default constructor for me. Since default constructor is not getting generated, so this variable is not getting initialized. Since default variable, since default constructor is not getting generated either by compiler or by developer, so this variable is not getting initialized. Since this variable is not getting initialized, that is the reason after running this code, I am not getting output. Please say yes, no, yes, no. Have you clear? What is the reason I am not getting output? Please say yes, no, yes, no. Please say yes, no, yes, no. Please only yes, no, yes, no. Please everyone. Please everyone. Yes, no. Please everyone. Yes, no. Please everyone. Yes, no. Please everyone. Yeah, yeah. And with this topic, yeah, yeah, yeah. I will give break. Wait, wait. Yeah, yeah. So now, which is fine, that okay, I am not, the value is not getting printed because of default constructor is not there. Default constructor is not there. There is a two possible reason. Either I am not created or compiler is not generated for me. One reason is very sure that I have not created the default constructor, which I can see from here. But compiler is created constructor or not, that we cannot see, but we can assume that because we have given the parameterized constructor, so I am very sure that compiler is not generated constructor for me. Now clear. Now I am calling default constructor and default constructor itself not there, so initialization is not happen. Because initialization is not happen, so I am not getting any value. Now question is that fine, default constructor is not there, initialization is not happen, which is fine. But what is the use of parameterized constructor then? What is the use of parameterized constructor then? Parameterized constructor I have given. I have created the parameterized constructor. I have created the parameterized constructor. But I have not given the value. But I am not calling this parameterized constructor. But I am not calling parameterized constructor. Now question is that how to call. Now question is that how to call. To call the parameterized constructor, we need to give the value for this one. So what is the value? Wait for a second. We need to, this is the default constructor. I am not going to disturb anyway. Now I am calling the parameterized constructor. Now I am calling the parameterized constructor. Okay. For parameterized constructor, I am giving name as a 2. Okay. In order to call the parameterized constructor, I want to call the parameterized constructor, right? I want to call the parameterized constructor. And how to call that? We need to give the parameter. And parameters, the first parameter should be branch name. Tell me some branch name, please. CS. Okay, branch code 303. Okay, and branch code, what is that? Branch exist. Exist or not? Yes, exist. I mean true, true. And topper CGPA 99.9, right? What is this boolean, right? Boolean means true. True means true means true. Okay, now it is giving error. Why it is giving error? Let me comment this code. What this guy is saying? Student branch. Why I need to remove the student branch? String. Wait, this is the string. This is the integer. This is the boolean. Okay, float, right? This is the float. Now it should run. Still it is giving error. String int boolean float. String int boolean float. Correct, right? One second. Something happened wrong. A student branch is in two places. Okay. Okay. What is happening is, see, student branch I have created two places, right? So what was happened? It is technically called this one, but I will delete this branch. Okay. Now it should fine. Okay. Some guy is telling mechanical. I need to put what I do. Learn mechanical. Student branch. Something happened. Wait. Wait. We have created two class with the same name, and I have not sure which class got called. Let me put. Don't ping. No, I'm getting disturbed. Wait, what I was explaining. Object example parameter constructor. Fine. Now branch is fine. Error is that. What is the error? Branch is fine. Fine. I'm commenting this code. I don't want this code. I don't want this code. I'm only interested on SV2. SV2. Okay. Now, please everyone see the my screen. Okay. So I have created the SB2. Okay. New student branch, and I have given this value mechanical 303 true 99.9, and here I have assigned the value as AC 101 true 99.8. Now you need to tell me output equal to EC comma 101 comma true comma 99.8 F, or let me copy this output from here. come to the main class, and our output will be this one. So option 1, option 2. Opening the chat window now. Okay, please tell me the answer. This is the last question. We'll give the break. Please give me the answer, one or two, one or two, only one or two. That's one or two, one or two answer. Please give me one or two. Even I also don't know what is the answer. You only have to tell me one or two, one or two, one or two, one 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 two. Everyone, please one two. Everyone, please one two. Most of them given two, and very few given one. Okay. Now, to confirm that one, let me execute this code. Now, I think option 2 is correct. Okay, option 2 is correct. Okay, I will just explain you why, then we'll go for break. Okay. So why this option, option 2 is true? Because very simple, that we are asking to create the constructor with this value. We are asking to create the constructor with this value. Now this same value is getting mapped here. Same value is getting mapped here. After mapping, what will happen? What was the old value was there? This is the old value. It becomes old value. And now this old value is getting replaced with the new value that we provided here. Please tell me, you got to know why the option 2 or why not option 1? Please say why option 2, why option 1? Clear or not? Because we are asking him to create the constructor with the value what I am providing it here. So I have provided this value. Now this value went here, and here it did this operation, and this value, what was the earlier value, this becomes old, and now old value is getting replaced by the new value, hence new value is getting printed. Correct. Now question is that how to get the old value. Question is that how to get the old value. Very quick. Last question before break. How to get this value? 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 Simple. Right click. Just create the default constructor. Default constructor. Just create the default constructor. Default constructor will give you the default value. Default constructor will give you the default value. Now what is happening? Now uncomment the SB1. Okay. And now print here SB1, print it. Now you will get both the value. You get mechanical, you get EC, mechanical, 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 EC. Clear? Now one last. Now one more twist. Just please see my screen. I'm just closing here. Please see my screen. Please see my screen, this one. Here I am giving SB1, here I am giving SB2. Here I am giving SB1, here I am giving SB2. I am printing SB2, I am printing SB1. Okay. Now first SB1, second SB2. Now I am just copying this one. I am doing the cut. Last question. I have just arranged. First I am doing the SB2. Now I am doing the SB1. Only just I need answer from your side whether both the value are same or both the outputs are different. Same or different. Both the output are same or both the output are different. Both the output are same or both the output are different. Same different, same different, same different. Please everyone. Same different, same different, same different, same different. Different only, right? There is no point to say same. It doesn't, if I am asking, doesn't mean that same only, right? You see, different only. No matter what is the order you are making to create the constructor, no matter what is the order you are making to create the constructor, at the end you are calling the constructor only, right? So the answer will be different only. Okay. Okay. So now I think today we exceed 14 minutes. We'll do a break. We'll do a break. Meanwhile, you can have your question ready. We'll do new slide break. We'll be back at 10:30 p.m. IST. Okay, we'll meet at 10:30. Yeah, bye. So now, thank you. So now, so far, do you have any question related to, one second, related to object, default, constructor, parameterized constructor? So far, do you have any question here? If question, please ask your question. So far, do you have any question with these topics? What is the difference between no argument constructor and default constructor? Both are same. Both are same. This variable I will explain, don't worry. This variable I will explain. Not now, but I will explain. What is the difference between no argument constructor and the default constructor? Both are same. Please ask your question. Please ask your question. Import concept. Import concept is you are giving address to the courier company. Import concept is you are giving address to your courier company to deliver the consignment in your house. If you are using any classes, I'm using a student branch. I'm using a student branch from this package. I'm using a student from this package, and that I need to tell to JVM. That's all. That's all. This I will take it 1 second. This I have not explained now. I will explain. This is a different concept. What is this? Is object is nothing but copy of classes? No. Copy of classes. No. Actually, you cannot say. I mean, see, copy of these are all actually. See, I'm telling you very clearly. If you say copy of classes, right? Being a student, you can say. I mean, copy of classes, something you can say. I mean, what these are all things you must be writing in exam, which is fine. But now we have learned multiple things, right? We cannot say the copy of classes. Object is which hold the data of class, which hold data of class. Like if I will Google it, right? See, just see the differences. If I will say what is object in Java, you will see how good picture will come. See, a first only. See, no picture. Right? No picture. Luckily, you don't get any picture. See here. You see here how good picture are coming. These are all to fill your exam paper, 30 page, 20 page, 40 page. If you are writing what is object, right? But in real scenario, right? Object we have coded now, right? So object is which hold the class information, right? See, this is the student branch, right? We have this many variable. I have created the object sv1, sv2. No matter whether argument or no argument, at the end sv1, s2t, sv2, what it is doing? It is holding the holding the data of a student branch, right? That's all. These are all is the whatever you are seeing Google. These are all for kids, right? You are a student, then you can say, you can write 10, 50 lines. What is the object? These are all diagram you will draw. But in real cases, object is just who hold the data. That's all. Now you are not children. Sir, how many object is needed? Like Let me copy your questions. How many object is needed? Needed means okay. Like we are not aware how many users are present out. No, 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 no. It is not like that. See, not like that. Actually, your question is little different. I mean, I am not sure how to explain you. See, clearly understand, right? So, okay, from this perspective, you want, okay, you will create the one jar. Please understand very carefully. You will create one jar which has two Java classes. One is the constant and one is the student branch. Means you will create the dot class file, create the jar file, and you will give it to someone, right? You will ask them, okay, this is the student branch I have. You can create the object. How many objects they want, they can create it. You don't have to, actually here I am creating two objects, three objects, four objects, five or six, right? I am not restricting anywhere, right? So if you will give this class to anyone, how many objects they wanted to create, they can create it. We are not restricting, right? So like we are not aware how many users are present. Doesn't mean that for each user you are creating one object. You can create one object and you can give only one object to entire user. Yes, so clear? This one is clear or not? Satyam Subham. Satyam Subham. Please say yes or no. Okay, now next question, sir. How many? Okay, this is it. Now next question is. Wait, I'm taking everyone questions. Can we import package that is available in another disk? What do you mean by another disk? What do you mean by another disk? What do you mean by? Do you mean another disk? Disk means C drive, D drive. What do you mean by another disk? Please say. Yes, at the end you are in your PC only, right? You are in PC only. Yeah, you can do. You can do. You are in your PC only. You can do. Oh, wait. No, yeah, will do. I will show you. I need to go back one step. Wait. Uh, Copy this question. One question came. What is this question? He's saying why we have assigned value in object example parameter constraint Java class if we can assign that value just like we did for student 2. Okay. Okay, you might be asking that why I have assigned value here, why I have assigned value here if I can assign it through this one, right? That's what you might be asking. Why I have assigned value here, the same thing. Okay, yeah, correct. How to give you the answer? First thing is that if I was not assigning any value here, I was getting default value like for string null, integer 0, boolean false, float 0.0. Now I have assigned it, okay, and then I have assigned this one with now actually my default value is this one only. So and if I want to customize, I can customize it from here. But your answer to your question, why I did like that, let me think how to give you the answer. Mm, okay, uh, one second, let me see. You are creating one employee management, okay? In that employee management, you have employee name, employee ID, employee email, everything. You have employee, you have, okay, and that much only, right? Now what I have did, let me think how to give you the correct answer. I mean, I can give you the answer, but I want you to understand very correctly. Employee name, employee ID, employee email. Employee name, employee name. How to give you the answer? Not that much. Name ID. You are creating employee management. Inside the you have the all employee data. Okay, now I got it. Okay, let me explain. Now employee name is I am giving Ravi. Employee ID equal to 201. Employee email equal to Ravi at the rate gmail.com. Okay. I have the requirement that I am doing the data entry. I am doing the data entry. I am doing the data entry. So I just took the record. And I have entered the data using this one. Like using this one. Assume that I have entered the data saying that employee name is John, employee ID is 303, employee email is John at the rate yahoo.com. Same way, I also given one more entry saying that John 1 304 John 1 at the rate gmail.com. Now I am giving the entry for one to like that I have created multiple objects. There is a chances that for one of the employee like John 3, I know his name but I don't know his employee ID and I know his email ID. If I will create something like that, then what will happen? Name is placed, email ID is placed. Any issue? No issue. Okay. So what will happen? Okay, yeah. So what will happen? Yeah, obviously we will get the error. That is the different thing. I am not going on that area. So what will I want? So okay, whoever employee ID is not present by default, 201 is assigned for them correctly. 201 is assigned for them. For whom I don't have the employee ID, by default 201 should get assigned. For whom we don't have the employee ID, 201 got assigned. And from 201 it will come from default value of employee ID. Default value of employee ID. The default value of employee ID is 201. Default value of employee ID is 201. Right? So this is the default value given by the developer. This is the default value given by the developer. Whereas if I will not give the default value, compiler will automatically take the null, 0, false, 0.0. Okay. So now coming to your question again, you have asked that we can give the value from here, then why we are providing from here? From here you can give only one value, that might becomes your default value. From here you can provide as many as value you want. So I think I am clear with this question. Do you have any doubt? Who asked this question? Dinesh, please confirm. Yeah. To set the default value ourselves. For you, this is the small answer you have given, but for me, I need to explain everything correctly, right? Hopefully, you got it. Now, another questions. Thanks for confirming, Dinesh. Like current file, Like current file is available in disk C and previous file is on disk D. See, very clear. Disk C and disk D that you are seeing. For this for this Eclipse, right? Everything is here only. For every Eclipse, right? Everything is here only. For Eclipse doesn't mean that disk C or disk D. I will copy this project. I can put into the disk C. But at the end, all the project will I will import in here only. So all the project is getting imported. So you can do from anywhere, but within a system. So Subham, please confirm yes or no. Did you got? Please confirm yes or no. Okay, thank you. Question number next. It is a copy of a class. What is this? It is a copy of a class, but object has its own mind. Okay, like we are our parent, children, but we have our own mind. Whatever, man. Whatever. 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 I mean, I am good as soon as you understand correctly. Please tell you want me to explain anything here? Who asked this question? Please explain. Who asked this question? This one, this one. Do you want me to explain anything here, or you are clear? You are giving actually answer only. Please explain. Understood. Okay. Okay. Now, what is this? Why we have assigned value class if we have assigned? I think this answer I have given right somewhere. You have. I think this answer I have given right. Who asked Dinesh, right? I think I have given this answer. You have posted 2 times. Now, mobile number, please create new class. Please create new class. Will do, will do. Another question, another question. What is this? One second. In this example, we will have same object name like SB2. In this example, we will have same object like SB. I did not get. Manikant, what is the question? Please write the full question. I did not get your questions. Manikant 36. Please write your question again. Okay, you have wrote it. Let me take your questions. In this example, we will have same object name like SB2. Okay, fine. So if we print SB2, then how outcome will print? I don't understand. See, SB1, SB2, we are printing. That's all. I mean, whatever you will give, that will only getting printed, right? If you run this one, right, it is getting printed this one. That's all. Please say yes or no. I did not get even complete question. In notes you have written SB2 3 or 4 times. In notes I have written SB2. No. Okay, sorry. Now fine, right? I was just typo. I was just doing copy paste. Okay. Now you're clear, right? Okay. Now, sir, you have defined. Okay. Okay. In this example, okay. Next question. If you print as well, okay. Now, what is this question all about? Let me take these questions. Sir, have you defined all SP2, but have to define different name? I think, yeah, I am done. I am clear, right? Yeah. Now, in this example, you have. I think this is the same question. I have given the answer. Oh my! You don't have to ask that much time. That much time. Not in note you have. Okay, fine. Now clear. in constructor is a method. Till now we have learned only constructor. We have not learned method. So I will not give you this answer. Once I will come here, we have method also somewhere. Yeah, we have method, right? Once we will come here, we will give you the differences between constructor and method. Don't worry. Any more questions, please? Shivam Kumar, Shivam, please say you got this answer or not, even though I have not given answer. I will give you this answer, don't worry. Please everyone ask your questions. Please everyone. Please everyone. Any more question or I will move further. Shall I move? Yes, no? Or do you have any question to ask? Okay. Because now I'm not going to teach you any new things. We'll back. I told you, right? We'll go one step back. Okay, now. Okay, thank you. I'm closing the chat now. Coming to the PPT, right? I have told you, like, I will give you all the possible answer when we will learn object, right? Now we'll come little bit up, okay? Package, so I have given all the answer, okay? Is there any answer I have left to prove the security, improve the modularity? Is if in any Java program there should be a okay, in any Java program command okay to resolve the naming into previous okay. This here no question left. In classes, right? Classes whenever we are writing Java okay, whenever we are writing okay. So here we are trying to understand the public default and all those things, right? 1 second. Yeah, sure. All. Yes. Okay, now I just want to come one step back. I was telling you, right, the public means we can access from anywhere. Default means within a package, final, abstract, strict, affine, this and that, right? But I have not coded at that time because I told you, right, this is interrelated topic. I cannot code it immediately. So now we have learned enough to code this topic, okay? Now we'll come direct to the Eclipse because without coding, we cannot learn anything, right? So now I'm creating the new project, day 5, today is 5.1, okay? So this is the second project and finish. So first we are going to learn the public. When we will write the public inside the class, what will happen? So write new, we'll do the package. Package means we are placing our code into the modular way, okay? So com dot simply learn dot um, PLIC public, not public. What today? Class. It will not take example. Okay, this one. I am creating one class public example. Here I am giving the main method. Okay, we always wanted to code. Without code, we cannot learn. One more thing, I thought to tell sometimes back only, but I'm forgetting. So please understand one thing. This one is important. Okay, please understand one thing. If you are going for interview, okay, if you are going for interview, and your interview went 1 hour, okay, and your interview went 1 hour discussion, okay, you need to very sure that within a 1 hour, so 40 minutes around 30 to 40 minutes, the questions will come from core Java only. Okay, That much is important. Other than that, whatever you will learn, servlet, JSP, DevOps, anything, that is getting covered within a 20 minutes. Okay? Within a 20 minutes, okay? Interviewer will not spend much time on the other topic. They will spend much time on the core Java because this is the core concept to learn any programming language, right? So you need to more focus on the core Java. And core Java will give you the entire life it will come. No matter what framework you are working, core Java will is always there for you. Okay. So you should know the importance of core Java. Please confirm did you got my point or not? How important core Java is? Yes, no, yes, no. Maybe yes, no, yes, no. Core Java is very important. That's why I'm taking that much time to teach you. I don't want any question, open question in your mind. If any question in your mind, that is my bad. Okay. So that, and I want also support from you that you learn everything very clearly and ask me question. No matter question should I give answer or not, but your always chances that you need to ask the question. I will give the question if the time, I mean, if it is the correct place, right? You saw, right, that all the topics are interdependent. So sometimes I cannot give the answer on the right place, but I will make sure that in coming slide I will give the answers. No book, nothing. Whatever I am teaching, it is enough for you. No book, nothing. Book and everything you have learned. Okay? Book and everything you have learned. Don't nothing. Whatever I am to just practice. That's all. Without coding, I am not teaching you anything. So I also want you to code. Code Java is very important. Very important. Okay. If you are good in core Java, you are not good in other thing, they will take you. Okay. Because core Java is the concept and the framework they can teach you anyway. Okay. I'm closing the chat now. Yeah, I supposed to give the program example, I know, but I thought to first complete this one, then it is better for you to code. Yeah. Continue concept was not clear. Okay, I will clear it. Don't worry. So what I was doing? Okay, I was giving the example for public. Now I am creating one more class. Sorry, not class. First, okay. See, I can create the class here. Employee employee class, and just see my screen. Please don't ping now. Please don't ping now. Please see my screen. I have just created right click and class. You see, right? I am given the employee name. Package I can change it from here directly also. Instead of creating the package separately, I can create package from here. Employee. Now what will happen? Package and class both will getting created simultaneously. You see? You see? Got created, right? So what I will do? Uh, string emp name equal to abc string emp department dpt equal to operations int emp name equal to emp employee id equal to 3 not 4. Okay, now what I can do, that much is fine. Now I will create the constructor. Which constructor? I will create the constructor using field, as well as this is the parameterized constructor I have created. Now JVM is not going to create the default constructor for me, so I will create default constructor also. Sorry, why Shivam name got copied? Why? Little slow. Okay, so I have created the default constructor, I have created the parameterized constructor, the imply class is public type, okay, and I am in main method. Now if you see, both the classes are in different package, both the classes are in different package, both the classes are in different package. Now I want to create the object of imply, okay, I want to create the object of imply. Imply emp1 equal to new imply, and you see the import is happen for imply class. Here my import is there. Now what I will do, I will just create the toString also. ToString will print your object into the user understanding form, okay. So source toString generate, that's all. We will learn toString. We have one very important concept, string at least 4 hours it will take to complete, okay. We will learn all those methods there, don't worry, okay. Now what I am doing, syso emp1, I am printing here. Nothing new with this example. Everything is getting, imply name is ABC, imply department is operation, imply ID is 308, which is getting printed, which is fine. Nothing new here. New here to understand, here imply class is public, and I have told you, if you declare a class as a public, then we can access that class from anywhere. Anywhere means within this package, from anywhere you can access this one. Anywhere you can access this one. So if you see, in the imply class in imply package, and public example is in example package, but I can able to access, right? Because why I am able to access? Because this is the public. Simple as it is. Very clear this one. Problem is that if class declared as a default, then we can access that class only within the current package. Now what I will do, okay, what I will do, I will create one more classes, okay. I will create one more classes, emplo imply default, okay. I just give a name. I'm just doing the copy paste of same, okay. Same variable I'm doing copy here, okay, and I'm just creating the constructor here, source constructor. I'm creating it here. I will give you the answer, don't worry, don't worry, and I will copy this one. I will give the default constructor also here, and then I will create the toString here, source toString, and then generate it. That's all. Now what I am trying to teach you, I have created one, just forget the imply. Now we are focusing on the two classes. One is the imply default, okay, and one is the public example. Now public example I will remove it. Now imply default is the public classes, and we want to understand the default, right? If we will give default, it will give you the error, because that if you want to give any modifier here, automatically compiler will understand this is the default class only, which is good. Now in main method, I am going to create one class called default example, okay. Now here I am creating the object of employee default. Here I am creating the object of employee default. EMPLOYEE default. Okay, it will not come, but I will employee default copy, and I will copy it here, and I will say EMPDEF1 equal to new employee default, right? Terminate. Now it is giving error. I am trying to import it. Now what is happening here is, you see, it is saying that employee default cannot be resolved to a type, right? Because the employee default is the class which is available here. Employee default is the class which is available here. Where is here? Here means employee package. Here means employee package. I am trying to call this employee default from employee package into example package. Means both the classes are available into the two different packages, and I am trying to call, and this call is not happening. That's what I was telling. If the class declared as a default, then we can access that classes only in the current package. That is, from outside of the package we cannot access. So both the classes are in two places. Both the are in two places. Both the object are in two places. Both the classes are in two places. Because this one is the default classes, that's the reason I am not able to access from any other classes, and it is searching. It is asking that create class something do. I am not able to understand where is your implied default classes. It is not able to understand where is your implied default classes. Okay, so means the default classes you can access, you cannot access default classes, you cannot access outside the package. Okay, but if I will copy this one, and if I will put into the same package, okay, if I will put into the same package, you see error gone, automatically error gone, means if it is in same package, then no problem, I am able to access. But if it is in different package, I will not allow you to access. Okay, I will not allow you to access, because you have given here class is a default. Now I am opening the chat. Many chats are there. Okay, sir, have you have implied twice? Does it not cause error? Guys, you got the feedback link. Please done your valuable feedback. I am waiting for a 1 minute. Once confirmed, please say I am done. Please, everyone. This is important. Please complete your feedback. Then I will ask the questions. Please, everyone, confirm yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Everyone, have you done with the feedback? Please, everyone, done. Please, everyone, do the feedback. Not here. In that link, you need to give the feedback. Where is the twice? I did not know. I will check. First, you done the feedback. Then I will come. I will take. Please, everyone, respond me back with your feedback. But anyway, don't worry. I am not wasting your time. Once the session will finish, also you will get the link. That time also you can do. But anyway, let me. Okay. So the first one question came, sir. Why you have implied default twice? Where is the implied default twice? Can you tell me? I don't see, right? Implied default is only one place is here. Right? Who asked this one? Where you see the implies? Other file is fine. This is other project that is done. This is the new project 5.1 I have created. Here I have the employee default and here is the default example. That's all right. Line number 9. Where is the line number 9? From line number 9. Line number 9. Where is the line number 9? This one. By default. Sir, one thing I would like to add where you could discuss our query after weekend class is not going to do for us. That you need to check with your employee value. If no, I didn't get this question. Please, someone confirm what you are trying to ask. Employee. Which one is other file? Where is employee default line number 9? Please tell your question clearly. I did not employee default dot java employee. Okay. Here what I have did twice. This is the default constructor and this is the parameterized constructor. That's all right. Line number 9 and line number 1, 2, 3. Then want to ask line number 9. Line number 9. Line number 9. Then 9 and 13. Okay, 1 second. 9 and 13. See, let me clear. See, this is the imply default, which is the default type. If you don't have any modifier here, which is default, right? Now I have given the 3 variable. Okay, employee name, employee department, employee ID. Done. Now this is the constructor. I have created the constructor. Constructor is public, and this is the default constructor. This is the parameterized constructor. This is the toString just to print the object, right? This is the done, right? Now I am coming to the default example.java. Here if you see, I have created the default example public class and here I have given the main method. From here I am trying to call employee default. I am trying to call employee default, which is the default classes, and I am not able to access because default classes I cannot be able to access because I am in different package. The default example in example package and the employee default in employee package. Both the two Java classes are in two package, so that I cannot be able to access. Now, can you please someone confirm that? Do you have any doubt here? If doubt, what is the doubt? Please everyone confirm. Did you understand the default? Have you understand the default types of classes? Default types of classes means in the same package you can access, but if your classes are present in different package, you cannot access. As simple as it is. This is the important question. Please tell yes or no, yes, no, yes, no. Please say yes, no, yes, no. Please say yes, no. Public class you can access from anywhere. Default you can access if your both the classes are in same package. If both the classes are in different package, you cannot access. If your both the classes are in different package, you cannot access. Please everyone respond me yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Please everyone. I told you right, I will come on this topic again. That's why I'm coming. Please everyone say okay. I'm closing the chat window now. Okay. Now we come to the final. Final, I told you, right? If a class declared as a final, then we cannot create the, what is saying, sir, once please change public class to default and default class to public. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Okay. Understand clearly one thing. From where you are calling, from where this is your source. Sorry, okay, I don't know how you will understand source or destination. So from where, from here I am calling to whom? To whom? To this guy. So from where main method is available, where class should be always public. Where main method is available, class should be always public. There should not be default here anyway. Okay, there should not be a default anyway. Public we have to call. From public only we can call. From public only we can call. Means, see, understand in that way. You have the courier guy. Okay, courier guy has to work on hundred of places, right? Courier guy has to deliver the consignment in hundred of places. So this courier guy has 100 address. This courier guy must be having 100 address to deliver the package. This courier guy is free to walk anywhere because this is the public. If you will restrict this courier guy only, if you will if you will what you do, if you just close I mean if you lock this courier guy into the room and you will give him 100 address to deliver the consignment, this courier guy will not come out of this room, then how can it will go to this address, right? So you need to make this courier guy public, then only it is this guy is able to deliver the consignment to the 100 addresses, right? On 100 addresses. If you will put this courier guy into the room, right, you cannot he cannot deliver. See, public static void main, for now you understand the simple way. This I will come again. Once I will clear this PPT, entire PPT, then only I will come. This is a very important interview questions, okay? For now you understand in such a way that where the public method, public static void main is there, this one should be public. Because you are this public static void main is your courier guy. From here you are giving address to the all those people, right? If you will make this courier guy lock into the one room, this guy will not be able to deliver the all the consignment, right? So clear or not? Ah, courier example everyone is understanding very quickly. Okay, this is a favorite example then. I don't know what I was explaining. Okay, now we need to understand the final. Public static void main is only for public classes. Yes, only for public classes. Why? That we will learn, but for now only for public classes. Only for public classes. Okay. So I am just commenting this one. Default we will understood. Closing the chat now. Default we understood. Now we wanted to understand the final. Final what is saying? If a class declared as a final, then we cannot create a child class. See, we will learn the inheritance. There we will learn what is the child class and parent class. Okay. But for now, what you can understand in that way, imply final. Let me create one class. Let me this one. Just copy this one. Control V. Imply final. Imply final. Everything is changed. Everything is imply final. Okay. Okay. Imply final. Okay. Now this class I am doing final. Okay. So I am creating one imply final classes. Okay. Now what I will do, it is saying that you cannot create the child class. So what I will do, I will create one class HDFC EMPLOYAA. Okay. Now EXTE and DS extends EMPLOY imply final AMPL. Okay, let me copy this one. Just give me 1 minute, okay? Just give me 1 minute. I'm back actually. Just give me 1 minute. I'm back. Okay, so okay, imply final I will copy from here and I will paste it here. That's all. Done. Now okay. So what I was trying to say is, if a class declared as a final, then we cannot create a child class. So for now, you understand what is the parent and child. A simple English word. Parent, child, parent, child, parent, child. Parent is your this class, imply final, and child is your SDFC imply. Okay. So parent is imply final and child is SDFC imply. Okay. Now if you see right, in SDFC imply is the class which is the child class, and I am trying to extend the imply final class. It is not happening. If you see the error, are you able to see the error? It is saying that remove final modifier of the imply. It is saying that remove final modifier of the imply, because if you put the final keyword inside the classes, you cannot create the child classes. And how to create the child classes? Extend. We'll learn on the parent classes, child classes, when we will learn in inheritance. Inheritance. Okay, here there we will learn, but for now you are learning that way. You see right, I am just trying to create the child classes which is the SDSC imply out of imply final, and I am not able to do because I have given imply final as a final class, final classes, right? So now abstract class, for any Java class, if we do not want instance, then we have to declare the class as a final. This one is interesting. Now abstract, right? So I will create another abstract class. Control C, Control V, abstract. Here instead of public, I will put abstract, abstract. Okay, and I will copy to string. Here it should go Control V. Okay, now I will copy. Now right click, new class, abstract example. Abstract example, I will do main. And what I wanted to do, I want to create the object of imply abstract. I want to create the object of imply abstract. How to create the object? Class name, variable name, empabs equal to new constructor. That's all. If you see, if I am trying to create, it is also saying that imply abstract cannot be resolved at type, means it is not able to find the imply abstract. Why it is not able to find? Because imply abstract I have given as a abstract keyword. So for if you restrict anyone not to create the object, see, first question is that, please understand, this one is important. If I will create the object, what will happen? This object have all the class information. This object have all the variable information which is available inside the class. But inside this abstract class, it has some sensitive information. Like if you are doing for bank, like you have the credit card number, okay? You have the credit card, what is that? PIN. You have credit card, there is one number right in behind 3 or 4 digit, CCV. Okay, so this digit, and you have created one class. If someone will create the object of this class, then they will able to access all those details, right? But you don't want to give the access to them. In that way, what you will do? You will make this class as a abstract only. And once you create the class as a abstract, they will not be able to create the object, and if they will not be able to create the object, they will not be able to find this data, how it is. Now, please tell me till now you are clear or not. We have learned two things. Please say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Or if any question, please ask. Please ask if you have any questions. What is the instance? Instance is the object, what we are creating. This cannot be decompiled. No, this cannot. I mean, if see, decompiled, it won't happen. This won't happen. Decompilation. Yeah. Abstraction is same. No, no. Don't go beyond the topic. Don't go beyond the topic. See, abstract means okay. Assume that again. Repeating again. Please listen carefully. Okay, if okay, let me explain. If you have one class, in that class you have some sensitive information that you don't want to share with the any others, right? If by default they will got to know the class name also, but you don't want to, you want to restrict this class to create the instance. Instance means object. You don't want to instantiate this object at any cost, because if this class is getting instantiated, which means that these are all information is accessible, and you don't want to provide this information to anyone because this is the sensitive information. So in that case, in that case we will, in that case we will create, we will add class as a abstract. In that case we will add class as a abstract. If we'll add class as a abstract, no one is able to create the instance. Since no one is able to create the instance, so people is not be able to access my data also. Clear? Wait, don't type to me any other, please tell with whom. Other, please tell with whom. What is the meaning of abstract from programming language point of view? How can we no, 1 second, let me. I cannot, this error I cannot resolve. This error is all about, that's what I'm trying to. This imply abstract is the abstract class, and for abstract class I cannot create the instance. So this error is because of that only. I cannot resolve this error. Only thing is that I can comment it. That's all. Now might be you are asking that I didn't get these questions. Everyone is asking this question, but let me copy paste here. Can someone elaborate what you are trying to ask me? Any other, please tell with whom. I did not get. What is the use of abstract? What is the use of abstract? Abstract class is to protect the class. Abstract class is used to protect the class. Who cannot extend this? Okay. Okay. Oh my, I got it. What you did? Wait. What you did? You just created the jar for this one, right? What you did? You just created the right click, export, executable jar. Next, you know, right, how to create the jar, right? You created the jar, and this jar you have given to someone, right? Now they got to know that, okay, in this jar there is a class imply abstract which has some sensitive information I wanted to know. Wait, I think you are missing something here. Wait, let me resolve this error, then I will come to you. I got it, what you are trying to ask. Oh, I got it. Wait. So this is the public class. Okay, no problem. Okay. I am exporting this one. Let me export jar files, no executable jars. Okay, everything, class project, everything. Next. Okay. The question is where this jar file will be placed. Jar created failed. Why it is failed? SDFC imply.java. Some problem in SDFC imply.java. Let me see what is the problem. SDFC imply.java. Let me delete this one. Okay. Let me refresh. Now right click, export jar file, and okay, jar file. Name of the jar file. Name of the jar file. What I can say? HDFC. HDFC jar. Okay. Assume that I have created where it will create desktop, right? Okay. Okay. Now in desktop, I have created one jar, HDFC jar. Where is that? Okay, here it is. Are you able to see HDFC jar? Now this jar I have given to someone. Okay. Java project, my SBI jar. Okay. Not my SBI jar. New project SBI. I am creating some project called SBI. That's all. Finish. Don't create. Okay. Now in this SBI, I have created one class SBI main. Okay. Package is com.sbi.bank. Now I have created main. Fine. What I am doing, the jar file what I have created is I will place into the one folder. Wait, leave folder. Okay. In this leave folder, I am going to place this SDFC jar. Okay. I am closing this one. Coming to the ID, right click, refresh. So in leave directory, if you see SDFC jar, this SDFC jar I will add into the my project. Okay. If you got, see my SDFC project is got added, right? Now in main class, employee, the class name was employee. In SBI main, employee emp1 equal to new employee. I will import this one. Okay. For your information, I am just closing this project. Right click, close project. Okay. So now if you see this employee project is there in com.simplylearn.employee.employee, and this is where, this is in this SDFC jar file. If I will employee1 dot, you see right, syso syso, oh my god, syso emp1 dot toString. If I will run this code, you see I am able to print the employee name ABC, operation, and 308. And from where I am getting this one? See, my 5.1 is closed. So these are all information I am getting from SDFC jar. Okay. Now let me open this one, because we have created the jar from 5.1 only, right? And if you see 5.1, ABC operation 308, ABC operation 308. So how SBI got to know the employee information? Because we have given jar to him. How to created the jar? We have created the jar from our project, and we have given SBI to use it. So they are using, and they are able to know all the employee information, right? Same way, HDFC guy got to know that they have HDFC detail also. They have HDFC detail also, right? So which is stored into the here imply abstract class. Now they will do just for insurance, right? So here they will try to create the object. Okay, obj1 equal to new object. As soon as they will try to create, they will not be able to create, because you see they are getting error. SBI guys is getting error even though they have the HDFC jar available. Let me close this project. They have the HDFC jar closed, but they are not able to create. If they are not able to create, they don't know what is the information they have saved. So I have secured my code from SBI, even though I have given all the code to SBI. Okay. Now I think you must be clear. Let me open. Oh, sorry. I think I lost my audio, but I don't know. I mean, from where you are learned. I mean, from till what you have listened. Please tell me if I want to repeat anything. This is the important concept. Please, everyone, say if you want me to repeat anything. Please, everyone, say if you want me to repeat anything. Repeat. What repeat? What repeat? Last 4 5 sentences. Okay. Someone will ask, this HDFC jar I have given to SBI. Then how can they are able to access this detail? HDFC jar I have given to SBI, and in this HDFC jar there is a multiple classes. Out of these classes implies the public. Public means everyone can access. Public means everyone can access. SBI access the public class and print this detail. SBI access this public class and print this detail, and they are able to print it. But when SBI is trying to access this abstract class, they are not be able to access, because this one is the abstract class, and in this we have the confidential information that I don't want to share with the SBI. That is the reason they are not be able to access it. This is the clear. Please tell clear or not clear. Yeah, thank you. Everyone say, see, I have given the demo also. I have created the jar, everything. How can we print abstract class? You cannot print abstract class. Can we see the code of jar file? You can see the code by through the decompiler. Okay, you can see the code through the decompiler. Only SDFC guys can use sensitive information, right? Only SDFC guys can use the sensitive information because they have the base code. They have the base code. They have the base code. The and SBI cannot see because they don't have the code. They have the jar. Jar is the encrypted jar. They cannot read it. But somewhere we need to print this data. We will got to know how to print, but at this point of time we cannot access. There are multiple things we need to learn. Okay, can we access the final? Okay, don't worry. This is the clear, right? I just need to clear. I mean, confirm another strict API. Strict API is the same. Like in the if you will run some code here, strict tab B, if you run some code on 32-bit and 64-bit for the floating points, you will get the different output. To avoid this one, we are using class as a strict tab B. But in nowadays, from Java, latest version of Java, we don't have to do this one also, because automatically class is getting strict FP only. So this will not used anyway. Constructor we got to know. So we have learned everything apart from method and variable. Till now, any doubt from this fourth topic? Method and variable, I thought to complete today, but cannot. Will complete tomorrow. Please say any question. Can we create imply abstract class in another class as a subclass with the same name? We create imply abstract in another class in public class with the same name. Oh, I didn't get your question anyway, but trying to understand your question again. Wait, let me open the Eclipse. Wait. No, good night. Wait. Just give me 5 minutes, please. Just give me 5 minutes, please. Uh, just give me five. I don't want any question to be not answered. Every question should be answered. Otherwise, you will. Can we create imply abstract class in another class as a subclass? This you don't ask now, subclass and all those things. Subclass, and because I have not teach you the inheritance, that's the reason I don't want to give you the answer now. Otherwise, you will get confused. Okay, sir. Any kinds? Okay, let me copy this question. Are you clear, Subham? Right? We'll give you this answer sometimes when we learn inheritance. Okay. There are some topic which is interrelated. You cannot learn at this at the same time. Yeah, sir. And any kinds of jar file that won't show the code, or just because of abstract class it is not showing? Because of abstract class it is not showing the code which is available inside the abstract class. Okay. Now, any kinds of jar file wants to see, jar file is all about not showing the code only. Jar file is the combination of dot class file. Dot class file is the machine learning. Dot class file is the machine understanding language. Human being can't understand. The tool what I have shown you, right? If you see, right, it is not getting installed into the my system because this decompiler is the not the authorized tool, right? This will not decompile. If it is able to decompile, right, then you can get the SDFC real jar and you can decompile from here. You will got to know all the SDFC data, right? This is just for learning purpose, a small thing. That's all. Sir, taking next question. Please everyone say if I am giving you correct answer, giving say I understood. Who asked this question? Dinesh, please confirm did you got or not? Dinesh, please confirm did you got my answer or not? Dinesh. Okay. Sir, I is creating class in a Java is compulsory to write any code? Is creating class in Java is compulsory to write? You need to write the code. No, I did not get. Is creating class in Java. If you want to write the blank, right? If you want to write the class, sorry. If you want to write the new class A, B, C, and if you don't want to put inside anything, you are good, no problem. Means you are sending the courier, you are sending the courier without any courier. You are sending the courier without any courier. Okay, that's all. Now, tomorrow, Sunday, Each office day. I don't know. Okay, is creating class in Java Kafka given this answer? Can we access the final and default employee class in SBI? Final and default you cannot access. Tomorrow Sunday is office day to get rid of them here. Then what is the special about abstract class? Is it especially for abstract class is just to save your information, just to protect your information. Is it not enough? If someone will go to know your credit card information, you got hacked. If we create abstract class, that is the public protected. Why you are asking? I have not told you now. If we create a abstract class that is protected, so can we use that name for another class? No, you can have only one class, one name, same package. One class name in same package. Duplicate class you cannot create in same package. If you want to create the two class with the same name, file you need to put into the two packages. We already learned. Any more question, please? I took all. Please, everyone. Are you clear? Not clear, everyone? We are going to round up. Clear? Not clear? Clear? Not clear? Clear? Not clear? Tomorrow is the very important class. Everyone join, please, on time. Yeah, I took all the questions. Thank you. Yeah, this is my responsibility to take all the questions. Interface, no, I have not teach you. Tomorrow I will take it. Interface, no. What this four topic I take. You see, two topics I supposed to cover, but I did not cover because I want to give you all the answer what you are asking. That's all. Thank you, Subham Kumar. Any more questions? Yeah, if no questions, then we are good. And good night. And you must be getting the feedback link, okay, after closing the session. Please do the feedback. Don't forget to do the feedback.